Let's have order in the room, please. Before we get started, I'm going to invite Zeke Kahano to come forward and make an announcement regarding... Excuse me. I'm going to have Zeke Kahano come forward and make an announcement regarding his services. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a quick announcement for any Spanish speakers in the audience. Si hay alguien que necesite servicio de interpretación porque no entiendan el inglés, por favor pasen a la mesa de allá atrás, en esa esquina donde está mi compañera María Elisa con las manos levantadas. Nosotros vamos a interpretar en simultáneo. Ahora es cuando tienen que ir por sus audífonos para poder escuchar. Gracias. Empezamos en un minuto más o menos.
All right, so for the record, this is a public meeting being conducted by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, or TCEQ for short. My name is Brad Patterson. I work at the TCEQ in the Office of the Chief Clerk, and I'll be the moderator for tonight's public meeting. In a moment, I'm going to go over the agenda for tonight's meeting. Before I do that, a few quick housekeeping announcements. First of all, if you have a cell phone or paging device with you, please turn it off or put it into silent mode. Secondly, the restrooms, the facilities, if you were to go back out the doors in the back and head towards the escalators, before you get to the escalator was the ladies' room. If you go on past the escalator, you'll come upon the men's room on the left. There is some water on tables to my left that I believe you're welcome to. And then finally, before you came into the room tonight, TCEQ had a registration table set up in the hallway. There was a place for you, we had registration forms set out. On the form, there was a place for you to place your name, mailing address. There were boxes to check if you wanted to be added to the mailing list for this application. There was a box to check if you wanted to provide formal oral comments during tonight's meeting. While I'm on that subject, we've been keeping track of the number of folks who have signed up to comment. So far, we're close to 100, which is fine. But what that means is we'll need to move expeditiously and proficiently in order to give everyone an opportunity to provide their comments. So a couple of things. First of all, for the formal comment session, if you've signed up to comment, you should expect to have 2 minutes to comment. 2-minute time limit for commenting when we get to that part of the meeting. If 2 minutes is not enough time for you, we can't accept written comments. You can go back out to the registration table, either pull your form and write on the back of your form, or you can pull a blank registration form and use that. But when we come to the oral testimony part of tonight's meeting, you'll have 2 minutes. So in terms of the format for the meeting, we'll start off with some introductions and presentations. I'll introduce the folks that are here tonight representing the city of Corpus Christi. They'll briefly present on the application, explain what it is that they're asking TCEQ for. And then I'll introduce the folks that are here from TCEQ who are assigned to the project. They will introduce themselves and explain their role in the process. They'll each just take a few minutes to do that. After the intros and presentations, we will have a brief question and answer session. It'll be brief because, again, we've got about 100 folks that have signed up to provide comments, and so we need to save time for the formal comment session, which is the third part of the meeting. During the formal comment session, I'll call you up in the order in which you signed up and indicated that you wanted to provide comments. You'll come up to the microphone, state your name for the record, and then provide your comments. So that's the agenda for tonight's meeting. This is a meeting on an application by the city of Corpus Christi. It's for a proposed DPDS permit. The permit number would be WQ000-5289000. This meeting was requested by Representative Abel Herrero. I'm not sure if Representative Herrero or any of the staff are in the room tonight, but we appreciate their interest in the application. We also understand that there's been some other legislative offices that have expressed interest in the application, and they may have staff here as well tonight, and so we appreciate that, as well as any local city and county officials that are present. I'm going to talk a minute to talk about meeting decorum. The success of tonight's meeting depends on the cooperation and patience of everyone in the room. I understand that there are folks that may have different opinions on this application. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, and everyone who wishes to share their opinion will be given an opportunity to do so. But if you hear someone expressing an opinion that you don't agree with or that you don't like, Please do not shout them down or boo at them. Like I said, you'll be given an opportunity to share your opinion as well. Also, to keep the meeting moving in an orderly fashion, please be mindful of your tone and your language, the use of abusive language, the making of threats, yelling, shouting are not acceptable. That type of behavior may cause you to be asked to leave the meeting. So please be mindful of that. So with that, we'll get started with the first part of the meeting, which is introductions and presentations. First here tonight, on behalf of the City of Corpus Christi, we have Drew Molly and Jason Coughlin, and I'll turn the floor over to Drew to present on the application.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. The City of Corpus Christi truly appreciates being a part of this important TCEQ public meeting. My name is, as Brad just mentioned, my name is Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer for Corpus Christi Water. With me tonight is Jason Coughlin, Project Manager for Freese and Nickel. The City of Corpus Christi has been looking at seawater desalination as a solution to water scarcity in the coastal bend for over 10 years. As part of this project, we are pursuing a Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit to authorize the discharge of water treatment concentrate from the Inner Harbor Desalination Treatment Plant at a daily average flow not to exceed 51.5 million gallons per day. The city submitted this application in January of 2020. The city assembled an expert technical team to collect field data and perform extensive modeling to develop the permit application. 12 months of water quality sampling was conducted, as well as 6 months of collecting ambient velocity data. The application is built on reliable and sound science. Notwithstanding all of the benefits the region will gain from the project, the city's top priority is protecting the bay and ensuring it remains vibrant. Securing our water future is even more important given the ongoing drought conditions here in this part of Texas, which have resulted in our reservoirs being over 70% empty, leading us to implement Stage 2 drought restrictions. Thank you, TCEQ, for holding this public meeting, and thank you to everyone here who will be providing comments this evening. Your input is very important and much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll go ahead and introduce everyone that's here tonight from TCEQ. Again, my name is Brad Patterson. I'm with the Office of the Chief Clerk. On my far left is sitting Jim Fernandez, who's operating our sound and recording equipment. In addition to amplifying sound, we're also making a recording of the entire meeting. In order to hear you tonight, and also in order to pick you up on the recording, anyone who speaks will need to do so into a microphone. We've set up a public mic here in the center for the public to use during the informal discussion session, and more importantly to use during the formal comment session. Out at the registration table from my office were Deanna Avalos and Jesus Marcena, helping to get registered for the meeting. Deanna and Jesus will be out there for the rest of the meeting. And so like I said, if you need to go out there and provide written comments, they're out there to help you with that. If you have written comments with you tonight, be sure and turn them in to the registration table before you leave. From the Water Quality Division, we have Thomas Starr, Jim Mahawk, and Michelle Labrie. And then from the Environmental Law Division is Kathy Humphreys. Kathy is here tonight representing the Executive Director. And then Sheldon Wayne is here tonight from the Office of Public Interest Counsel. From our External Relations Division, Laura Lopez is here to help any media members that are present. Clay Kelly is here from our Intergovernmental Relations Office. He's available for any local elected officials that might have questions. And then from our regional office in Corpus, we have Susan Cluis, Melanie Edwards, and Zach Fuqua. Our regional office is where our environmental investigators work out of. If you ever had any concerns about any facility that TCEQ regulates in this area, it would be the Corpus office that you'd be contacting. They would follow up with you as appropriate, conduct investigations, make reports as appropriate. And so we've got a couple of staff presentations tonight, and so we'll start off with Thomas Starr.
Good evening, my name is Thomas Starr. I am the permit writer for this permit. Also with me is Jim Mahawk, who conducted the modeling review for this application. And from the Water Quality Assessment section, Michelle Labrie, who represents the standards reviewer. It's important that we hear from you concerning this application. So thank you for your presence tonight. This application was received on January 22nd, 2020. The applicant, the City of Corpus Christi, proposes to discharge treated waste treatment water at a daily average flow not to exceed 34.3 million gallons per day for the initial phase and 51.5 million gallons per day for the final phase. The facility, Inner Harbor Desalination Plant, will be located at the intersection of Neches Bay Boulevard and West Broadway Street, Corpus Christi. The treated effluent from the facility will be discharged directly to the Corpus Christi Inner Harbor in segment number 2484. A map showing the location of the facility, the discharge route, and the list of the adjacent landowners was provided in the application. We performed an administrative review of the application upon receipt to ensure that all required information is provided therein. We determined that the application is administratively complete. Our Chief Clerk's Office mailed a notice of receipt of application and intent to obtain a permit, and this same was published in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times on May 31st, 2020. Alternate language in Spanish was published in El Tejano on June 12th, 2020. We also performed a technical review of the application to ensure that the applicant adequately addressed all required technical issues, including the proposed wastewater effluent discharge route, the designated uses and dissolved oxygen criteria for the receiving water bodies, anti-degradation analysis of the discharges, and identification of any endangered species that may be present in the receiving water bodies. To show that wastewater from the facility will be treated to required standards and to effluent limits that will ensure protection of existing uses for the receiving water bodies. We analyzed how the water bodies are used or can be used, how well the water bodies can tolerate added nutrients or pollutants, and the restrictions we should place on the wastewater discharges to ensure that the receiving water bodies can continue to be used as they are currently used. Based on our review and analysis, we established effluent limits and conditions to be included in the draft permit, designed to maintain the receiving water bodies' designated uses and protect human health and aquatic life. Upon completion of the technical review, the draft permit was mailed to the applicant for review and comment. By accepting the draft permit, the owners and operators of the wastewater plant agreed to follow and comply with the requirements in the draft permit. Upon acceptance by the applicant, the draft permit was filed with our Office of the Chief Clerk, who issues the notice of application and preliminary decision for mailing and newspaper publication. The applicant published this notice in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times on March 15, 2024. Alternate language in Spanish was published in El Tejano on March 15, 2024. A copy of the application and draft permit is available for public viewing online with the City of Corpus Christi. I will now pass the microphone to Kathy Humphreys, our Environmental Law Division, for information on the public participation aspect of the application process and the remaining steps in the permitting process.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Humphreys. I'm an attorney in the Environmental Law Division at TCEQ. Thank you for taking the time to attend tonight's meeting. My role is to explain where we are procedurally with this application. Staff has reviewed the application and prepared a draft permit. If the draft permit is issued, it will establish the conditions under which the facility must operate. Staff has preliminarily determined that the permit, if issued, meets all statutory and regulatory requirements. The public comment period ends at the conclusion of tonight's meeting. We will respond to all comments made during the formal portion of tonight's meeting, as well as any comments previously submitted to the Office of Chief Clerk in a document called the Response to Comments. Everyone who has made a comment will receive a copy of the response to comments, as well as a letter containing our decision on the application and how to request a contested case hearing or reconsideration of the Executive Director's decision. A contested case hearing is an administrative hearing held by the State Office of Administrative Hearings. If you want to request a contested case hearing on this application, you must provide formal comments in writing by the close of tonight's meeting. In your request for a contested case hearing, you must explain how you would be affected differently than the general public by the permit if it were issued. You also need to include the issues that you're concerned about. I will now pass the microphone to our Office of Public Interest.
All right, good evening, folks. My name is Sheldon Wayne, and I'm a staff attorney with the Office of Public Interest Counsel. I'd like to talk with you tonight about OPIC's role in general, and then also in this specific permitting matter. OPIC, and again, OPIC is the Office of Public Interest Counsel. You'll hear me use that acronym. OPIC's purpose is to represent the public interest at large and to ensure that the public has had a full and fair opportunity to participate meaningfully in the decision-making process of the Commission to the fullest extent authorized by the laws of Texas and the rules of the TCEQ. OPIC works independently of other TCEQ offices and any other parties. We represent the larger public interest, but do not represent individuals. We're always available to answer any questions that the public may have about the legal aspects of TCEQ's rules and permitting procedures. As Ms. Humphreys here has just explained, the public comment period extends until the end of the meeting tonight. And additionally, there may be a later opportunity to contest this permit through what's called a contested case hearing, which operates very similarly to a civil trial in state court, except as Ms. Humphreys has explained, it's an administrative proceeding that takes place at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. If you wish to request a hearing in the future, it's very important that you make or have made a formal comment on the record that raises issues that you are concerned about and that are also within the jurisdiction of TCEQ as it relates to this permitting matter. If you do not raise an issue by way of public comment, you will not be able to litigate that issue in a later hearing. Following the close of the comment period, the Executive Director will respond to all formal comments in a document called the Response to Comments. Each commenter and everyone that signs up on the mailing list will receive a copy. And you'll have the opportunity to request a contested case hearing up to 30 days after the mailing of this response to comments. If a contested case hearing is held, OPIC will be a party. We participate in hearings to examine all of the evidence that's presented by the parties, to make the record as clear and complete as possible, and to make sure that the facts are fully developed so that both the judge and the commissioners of TCEQ have the information that they need to make a sound decision. A big part of our role is to make recommendations to the judge and the TCEQ commissioners based on what would be protective of health and the environment and help further the public interest, consistent with the law and the rules that apply to the application and the record of evidence as developed through the evidentiary hearing. OPIC can also assist people by answering questions about rules and procedures that apply to the hearing process. If you do have questions and would like more specific information, please feel free to ask me during the informal question and answer session tonight, or if you prefer to speak one-on-one, please feel free to contact me. I have business cards that are readily available. I'll have them up here at the table. Please come by and grab one. And then additionally, I'd like to just offer my phone number. That's 512-239-3144. That's my direct line. 512-239-3144. Please feel free. I encourage anyone with questions or concerns to please do contact me and we can talk through some of those. Thank you, and I'd like to conclude by just saying that we really look forward to receiving your questions and hearing your different perspectives and positions this evening. Thank you, folks.
All right, thank you, Sheldon. That does it for introductions and presentations, so we'll move on to the informal discussion period. As I mentioned earlier, this will be a brief opportunity to ask questions about the application. You'll either receive a response from the TCEQ staff or the applicant to your question. Due to the number of folks that have signed up to provide formal comments, the Q&A session will last no longer than until 7:45. So we're going to have a brief period to ask questions. Because of that time constraint, we're only going to take questions related to the application that's pending before TCEQ, which is that application for a TPDS permit. I understand that there are other issues that are important revolving around this project, but tonight's meeting that was noticed was to discuss the TPDS permit that's applying before TCEQ. So during our question and answer time, we'll take questions about the application. Anything else you're going to have to hold until after the meeting, or maybe make it part of your formal comments. During this part of the meeting, I'm not going to call on you. You don't have to raise your hand. If you know you have a question you'd like to ask, just come on up to the microphone and ask your question. In order to give as many people an opportunity to ask questions as possible, pick your favorite question. You'll be limited to just the one question, and then we'll have somebody else come up and ask a question. If there's still time, you can get back in line and ask more questions. But now is your time. Is there anyone that has questions either for TCEQ staff or the applicant regarding this application? Come on up. Y'all can form a line. Thank you.
Hi. Yes, welcome TCEQ. I have a question. Why did the discharge permit application change in February of this year? Why was it amended? I have a couple of questions. Why was it amended
Okay,
to
so
include...
that's
well,
what?
it's a two-part question. Let me speak, please. Why was it amended to include 3 million gallons a day of sludge? Was it because you all do not know how you're going to manage the brine? That's my first question.
Okay, so let's go and address that.
Brad, can I ask clarifying questions, or do we have time for that?
Be quick.
Okay, the brine, first of all, is the waste product from the reverse osmosis process. That is crystal clear but very salty. Sludge is a residual from the pre-treatment process
I know.
that's typically dewatered and taken to the landfill. So we know how we're going to handle both of those things.
But initially, the sludge was to all go to the landfill, and in February of this year, after you all have said that you've spent a decade developing desal, of this year, February of this year, that permit changed and it increased. And for the TCEQ, why doesn't the EPA know about this? We received notice from the EPA that they haven't been given anything about this amendment.
All right, let's go.
And when was the public notice posted for
Thank
this?
you. Let's go ahead and address that question.
A couple of things were amended in the application, which is why you see the application is about 250 pages. The original and all the amendments are included, so nothing is hidden. Things changed regarding the modeling, and things changed regarding the concept for that residuals management. And the concept is dewatering at a level that would allow us to put centrate out with the concentrate.
So is your answer that those 3 million gallons of sludge are going back in the bay because it's easier to manage that way than take to the landfill, like you were told by an engineer, what, 3 years ago?
All right, thank you.
No sludge is going to go back into the water.
Actually,
All right,
that's
thank
not
you.
what the application
Thank
says.
you.
I have one
We
more
need to
question.
move on.
I have one more question.
We're
Why
gonna-
are you designing a
Excuse me.
plant like no
Excuse me.
other in the entire world?
All right,
Why is
thank
your
you.
plant different than
Thank
every
you.
other desal plant in the
I
world?
need to yield the microphone. Thank you. Come on up, sir.
I appreciate y'all's time. I'm just asking, okay, I tried to listen to the format on the questions, but I'm just curious if you can address why everyone that I've seen on the media says there's too much money to pipeline a discharge all the way into the Gulf. And the reason is I went online and I can't find anywhere, plenty in the Middle East and in California and all over there, they've got desal plants very successful, but nobody is putting water in a limited access reservoir. And I've lived in Corpus over 40 years. I've worked at the port. All the towboat operators and the crews at Hollywood Marine, all these people would tell us how clean our water is.
So
Okay,
is your question to
Excuse me, sir.
the design to the...
Yes, sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, just help me to understand your question.
Okay, point blank, the little question. Why not, I would do cartwheels if y'all say we're gonna pipe it out into the Gulf. There's already 4 other entities that are going to be doing things like this. Why not do a gathering plan like they do in the oil field? I've been in the oil field a long time.
All right, thank you. So I guess the question goes to why did you choose this design? Why not pipe it further out into the Gulf? Can you address that?
So in the siting process, we looked at about 20 sites, and that included some that would intake and discharge offshore.
Yes, sir.
The balance that we had to strike in selecting the location was making sure that it was environmentally sustainable, balancing that with reliable. A new water supply for Corpus Christi doesn't make sense if it's not reliable, and cost effective. And so what we found was, in looking at those 20 sites, both qualitative and quantitative criteria, that the optimal balance was struck at this location between environmental responsibility, reliability, and cost effectiveness.
Yeah, money.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Very good. Next, please.
This question is for TCEQ because Friesen Nichols has never, ever built a desalination plant, ever. And Drew Molly's only been in this job for 3 months and in Corpus Christi for 1 year. So I'm going to ask qualified people this question. What are the guidelines for the salinity discharge levels?
All right, thank you. I didn't hear.
What are the guidelines? We're asking questions here. Let's keep it together. What are the guidelines for the salinity discharge levels?
All right.
What are the guidelines for the salinity discharge levels?
So the salinities, there's a lot of modeling that was involved in
Hold it
this.
real close, Michelle.
Sorry, thank you. The salinity is calculated, so what went into that is, sorry, I just need to find my, the expected salinity, to find the modeling was calculated using a mass balance equation, percent effluent from the critical conditions memo, expected effluent salinities, and ambient water quality data from the Inner Harbor. The expected salinity increase at the edge of the aquatic life mixing zone, which is 380 feet from the outfall, is 1.2 ppt, parts per thousand over ambient. When you decrease farther away from the outfall, so just 0.3 miles away from the outfall, you're already at 0.38 ppt, and that's still in the Inner Harbor. So that is how we calculate the modeling. So.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Next, please.
John Weber, this question is for the city. What modeling and research were done on effects to the salinity of Nueces Bay, specifically?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. So we do understand the dynamics between the Inner Harbor Ship Channel and Nueces Bay, particularly the connection between the two and the Nueces Bay Power Plant. So the Nueces Bay Power Plant is about 1,700 feet away from our discharge. That's at a point even farther than what Michelle just mentioned at that 0.38 ppt. The power plant moves about 400 million gallons a day into Nueces Bay. So not only that dilution into Nueces Bay means you're going to be at ambient, but the desal plant is actually removing zinc and copper, as well as organics and other things that are going to be going to the landfill. So the water that is going through the Nueces Bay Power Plant to Nueces Bay will actually be cleaner than what is in the Inner Harbor.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Albert Sanfuche.
You can adjust that microphone if you don't mind. Thank you.
My name is Albert Sanfuche. My question is the same individual. If that was the case, then why do we have such bad brown tide events? And there's actually what they call a death triangle in the Bay of Corpus Christi. If there is so much water coming in and so much water going out, why do we have that effect there? And why are you trying to put more salinity into the water to make that worse?
Okay, thank you.
That may not be entirely pertinent to the discharge application that we're talking about tonight.
Okay, hold on. Let them respond. Go ahead.
I will say that the TCEQ has rules for discharges. The city and the application go above and beyond those. Now there are dynamics outside of the Inner Harbor that do not relate to this application, but I will say one thing in response to what we hear pretty often, that this is more or extra salt. And there is no salt going back into the Inner Harbor that did not come from the Inner Harbor.
So I'll ask TCEQ staff, did we look at the impact that the discharge would have on the bay, especially with respect to the amount of, I guess, the saline nature of the discharge and how that would affect the bay? Is that something that we looked at? And if so, what did we determine?
So seawater has a general salinity of about 35 ppt. So, like, this is talking about very close to the outfall. Is like when I was saying before, how when you decrease a little bit, it's going to have just a 460 feet from the outfall, it would already decrease to 1.2 ppt over ambient. So that's 380 feet from the outfall. The farther you go from that, it decreases even more. So the increase in salinity in the Nueces or Corpus Christi Bay is very minimal.
Thank you.
I would have to say you're poorly informed because
Thank
that's
you.
not true.
We need to move on. Thank you. Yes, sir.
First of all, that's average seawater. As far as the salinity, Corpus Christi Bay, I think, is reported as 39%, and Laguna Madre at 41%.
And that's
it's a
something,
hypersaline environment.
and that's something you might want to include in your comments when we get to the formal comment section.
My question is how could you possibly approve the permit when there's so much left unanswered and blank in the permit? How can it possibly be legitimate? If you read that permit, there are so many things that are unanswered.
Okay. So his question goes to the completeness of the application.
And the study's done to complete the application.
Okay.
Completely empty blanks all the way through it.
All right, thank you. Is that something that staff can address regarding the completeness of the application and whether additional studies were required?
The other requirements in the back of the permit require additional studies. This is a new application, and therefore there's always additional information that is needed and constantly looked at the life of any application. All of our applications only have a 5-year life until they have to be renewed, and so we again require additional analysis at each one of those renewal processes. Okay. So there's both a salinity study and a velocity study that's required on the other requirements in the back of the permit.
No, I was talking about the lack of information concerning where the intake and the outtake were, the stormwater, the average rainfall events, the runoffs, all of these things. Just to get a start on that, I think it's section 4 is I think all of the there's so many blanks in the permit.
Thank you for that. I think again
during
during your comments you'll want to raise those issues. Thank you. Next, please.
My question is for the TCEQ, and I want to know whether this draft permit is considered to the EPA and where we're
Based on the rules at the time this application was submitted in 2020, it was not required to be submitted to the EPA for review.
Thank you.
So are you saying it's not a major facility?
All new applications are treated as minor facilities until they go through the worksheet that determines them a major or minor, and then at the end of the application process, if it then becomes a major, then that is discussed with EPA. EPA is the only one that can say it's a major facility.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. And again, if you have information that you want to provide during the comment period, that's the time to do so. Yes, please.
I have a question for the city. I'm wondering, with these 20 sites you looked at, why Inner Harbor as opposed to the Barney Davis site, which is only 5 miles from the Gulf? It would be a 7-mile pipeline to get 2 miles out into the Gulf, where we could have higher quality water, less fouling, less scaling, because it's not this really productive Inner Harbor water. And the outfall would be out in the Gulf of Mexico, where the loop currents can dilute it. Why the Inner Harbor?
All right, thank you. So choice of location.
I know the answer.
The Barney Davis location is an interesting one, and it's one that was looked at. Although I would argue, with my understanding of the coastal bend, that the Laguna Madre and Oso Bay are more sensitive ecosystems than where we have cited in the Inner Harbor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
The Gulf of Mexico pipelines for both intake and discharge go back to that balance that we had to strike on the 3 priorities that we were given.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
This is for TCEQ. How many seawater desalination plants have you permitted before, especially in an enclosed bay system?
All right, thank you. You guys have that information? How many? Okay, go ahead.
So there are 2 other permitted desal facilities in the Corpus Christi Bay area. One is Corpus Christi Polymers.
Okay, one that's actually in operation.
All right, thank you, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, we don't have any that are currently discharging and in operation.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. We got folks lined up. Thank you. All right, thank you. Yes, sir. You can adjust that microphone. There you go. Thank you.
This is for the city of Corpus Christi. You are already under a consent decree with the EPA for just charging gunk into our bay, and now you're requesting a application for TCEQ to dump more gunk in the bay. So how do you rectify that?
All right, thank you.
Right, so I will basically just say that that is true. We are under a consent decree, and that is something that we are working to comply with. It's something that came about a couple of years ago, and so the city has allocated resources to ensure that we comply with that EPA consent decree.
Right, thank you. Yes, please.
My question is for the city, and my name is Tara Anders. I'm wondering how the city's been able to continue to sell off water rights to major polluters and heavy industry and put our city water at risk as far as the main source for the citizenry that is stuck with the bill for.
All right. So, like I mentioned earlier, tonight's meeting is to discuss the discharge permit that's pending before TCEQ. Do you have a question about the discharge permit itself?
My question then would be, how are you going to justify the discharge that results from everything that you're doing for major industry at the risk of the water source for the city of Corpus Christi and the surrounding area?
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. So, what I would say is this is a new raw water supply. This is for the benefit of everybody in the city. It's not just for the benefit of one particular customer.
Order.
Right? And it benefits everybody in the city. This is a new raw water supply, and everybody will pay for it, and everybody will benefit.
Thank you. Next, please.
Howdy, my name is James Perkins. My question about the permit is related more to the construction of it. Why is the permit approving the desal plant if the discharge pipe is so close to the intake pipe? Would that not cause sucking up the very brine you're putting back out? Would that not cause that?
Okay. So, question about the design.
So according to the modeling and velocity data in the channel, no, that's not a concern.
All right, and so if you have information that you think contradicts that, I would encourage you to include that as your comments later on. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
This is to TCEQ. The lady who asked earlier about the standards for salinity, I don't think she was asking how you calculated it. She was asking, what are the dangerous levels of salinity? When is salinity not a good thing? Do you have standards related to salinity? And if so, what are they? And how close are these to good, bad, whatever? Are there standards?
Okay, thank you.
So those, when I was talking about the calculations and there was studies that we looked at, including studies from Texas Wildlife, and also more recent studies by Dr. Nielsen, who specifically was looking at red drum larvae, which is a more sensitive group, and a collection of those studies indicated that under 2 ppt is protective of those. So this is much lower than that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'll also.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
To address your question more directly, there is actually not a specific standard for salinity. So what was, because salinity is so variable, so what was done for these analyses is looking at the change of salinity from ambient conditions, and that was assessed to look at potential impacts on aquatic life.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, sir.
My name is John Purcell. My question is for the city. Why are we here to begin with? The basic premise of all this is for the public water supply. It's a proven fact that there's plenty of water in our lakes, even as they're decreasing and the levels are going down, there's plenty of water for the public water supply. So what is the basic reason we're here to begin with? This whole process to begin with is entirely for industry. And why won't the city just be honest with the public for a change?
Thank you. So again, tonight's meeting is to discuss the application that's pending before TCEQ. In terms of legally relevant, water use is not a part of TCEQ's review. I guess I'll just say, does the city have anything that they want to say to address that?
Yeah, I totally understand. So what I would say is this water is going to be integrated into the water distribution system. It is going to go into the water distribution system, and it will benefit every customer class in the city of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
First one is, what is it? Propriety materials. The second one is? If you're a youth member, take a stand!
Order. Please do not disrupt the meeting. If you continue to be disruptive, you'll be asked to leave. Security, would you please have security come down? Thank you. We'll pause. Could you please have security come on down? Is there security in the room? Thank you. Hold on. We'll pause. At the beginning of the meeting, I stated if you're going to be disruptive, you may be asked to leave. All right, did you have a question? All right, thank you.
What are we going to feed the fish?
What are we going to feed the fish? Okay, so we can address that. How would this? The question, I believe, is how this affect aquatic life? How would the discharge into the bay affect aquatic life?
I appreciate the question, and this may also provide a little clarity on a question that was asked a little bit earlier. The way that the limits for salinity were established, the basis for all of that was a very thorough review of salinity tolerances of species that live in the coastal bend. We've got a great team of coastal ecologists, marine biologists, and others who looked at a lot of information. And in a very recent conversation I had with some of the folks over at UTMSI, they talked about how our ecosystem and species here are very unique. Because if you talk to marine biologists in other parts of the country, they can't believe that you find species here in salinity ranges that you do. And so what we found was that in the salinity ranges for the local species, not just the indicator organisms that are used for testing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. It was very brave of you to come up.
Thank you.
And so the basis for all of the salinity limits, the percent effluent targets that you see in the draft permit, all of that is founded on the idea of making sure that we are protective of the local organisms. And that was established by looking at what ranges of salinity can they tolerate, and not just for certain life stages, but for every life stage of those species. And so I would encourage you to go to the city's website, desal.cctexas.com. There's a critical dilutions paper that talks through that approach and how those salinity targets were established. So, you know, the fish, and we're talking local species, you can see their salinity tolerances there. We really want to be protective of those species for her generation.
All right, thank you. Yes, please.
My question centers on the intake and the discharge of this. You know, where you are in the Inner Harbor, that is basically industry's toilet. Like, they go and dispose all of their wastewater, even though they say it's clean. There's been methanol leaks, there's benzene in our water, because what goes up in the air comes down, even though TCEQ does not factor that into their permits. You know, and it all lands in our water. So how can we as a public trust CCW to be able to adequately clean our water when you have all of these heavy toxins and chemicals, and you're going to put that back in our water supply? People don't trust CC water right now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll cover maybe the intake part here, and then I'll hand it to Drew to talk about the quality of water in Corpus Christi, which I think is actually pretty exemplary. The intake depth is actually very strategic, and the water right has already been authorized for the diversion, but the hydrocarbons that you're talking about are typically low density, so the intake depth will mean that those will not come into the intake. However, at the end of the plan, the city will be responsible for distributing very high quality water that meets all primary and secondary drinking water standards. There will also be a lot of monitoring on the intake, so that if there is a spill, if there is an incident in the inner harbor, the plant will not process that water. The absolute priority for this is to be protective of public health and safety in the environment, so those things have to be achieved.
All right, thank you. Were you going to add anything, Drew? No? Okay. So it's 7:45. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 7:50 to start the formal comment session. Thank you. comment session. I'm going to invite Zeke Kahano to come forward and make another announcement regarding his services.
Once again, for the Spanish speakers, una vez más, si hay alguien que necesite el servicio de interpretación al español, por favor pasen a la esquina de allá atrás por un radio receptor. Gracias.
Some people couldn't make it rough.
All right, once again, for the record, this is a public meeting on an application by the City of Corpus Christi. It is for proposed water quality permit number WQ 000528900. This is the formal comment session. This is the formal comment session for tonight's public meeting. This will be your opportunity to provide comments for the record that you want TCEQ staff to consider, and ultimately the TCEQ commissioners to consider before making any final decisions on the application. During this part of the meeting, you will not receive a response to your comments in the moment. Rather, the comments that you provide tonight get compiled with all the written comments that have been submitted on this application. They get responded to in one written document called the Executive Director's Response to Public Comment. I'm going to call you up in groups so that you can be prepared. I've got 113 folks who have signed up to provide comments. I'm going to call you in order in which you registered. Because of the number of folks that have signed up, you're going to have 2 minutes to provide your comments. With 1 minute left, you'll hear me say 1 minute. And then when your time is up, you'll hear me say time. When I say time, you need to step away from the microphone and allow someone else to come up and start their comments. If 2 minutes is not enough time for you, you're welcome to step out to the registration table and you can supplement your comments in writing. When you hear me call your name, step up to the microphone, state your name for the record. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize in advance. State your name for the record, even though you hear me say your name, and then start your comments. And so our first group, we'll start with Darcy Schroeder. We'll be followed by Tanya Bergstrom, Jim Klein, and then Robert Landry. So Darcy Schroeder. When I call your group, if you wouldn't mind making your way to the microphone, that way we can move things along a little more quickly. Darcy.
Good evening. My name is Darcy Schrader. Water is vital for the overall economic health of our entire community. Seawater desalinization has been implemented in cities around the world, and it's time for Texas to move forward with a water supply source other than groundwater. I've been fortunate and have been part of many of the city's meetings regarding its proposed seawater desal facility and its permitting process over the past 10+ years. This city-led project has been vetted and re-vetted. The city has posted information on its website and held a variety of public meetings. It and its outside engineers have done extensive in-channel water sampling as well as flow and velocity assessments. I believe the permit that was submitted demonstrates this project can be accomplished while not harming our environment nor marine ecosystems. I encourage the TCEQ to issue the final discharge permit so that construction can begin on a sustainable and drought-proof water source for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Tanya Bergstrom.
Hi, my name is Tanya Bergstrom. So first of all, TCEQ, Water District Number 3, City of Robstown, and the City of Corpus Christi have actively and productively been breaking the law by not submitting the Open Records Acts that we have been requesting from you guys. So the desal will not solve the water insecurities that we have. We're going to build this $1 billion infrastructure partially covered by federal grants, but it won't cover it completely. So who is paying for the rest? With the industries coming, the desal will only cover the industry to correct today's problem. But if we continue to accept the big industries, we'll be in the same boat with a desal plant that can't produce enough water. The refineries are using 90% of the water. Avena is coming, asking and flip-flopping. They don't even know how much water, but we're estimating with chemists and engineers that they're gonna need 10 million gallons of water. Tesla came in asking for 1 million. All of a sudden, they need 8 million gallons of water. Pamico, we're estimating that they need 10 million gallons of water. And what?
1 minute.
What? We just 72-hour notice? What if we can't produce this water? They can sue us. Not only that, the desal plant costs so much to maintain, and we're gonna have to pay for the cost to fix this machine. And not only that, we're selling our water 1 permit at a time. This is a temporary solution. We're gonna run out of water in 5 years. And once these big industries rape us of our resources, they're gonna hide behind their lawyers, and you guys don't see that.
Thank you. Jim Klein.
Hi, my name is Jim Klein. Speaking tonight as the president of the Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group. It's the world's oldest environmental organization representing, now our group represents people living in about 18 counties centered around Corpus Christi. The Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group opposes, and I oppose, issuance of this permit, WQ 000-528-9000. A full-blown environmental impact study is needed to determine the consequences of this project, and that has not been done so far. Lacking that, the responsible thing is to reject this permit. The applicant has not considered the environmental impact of the 5 desal plants proposed under consideration by the TCEQ. One has already been permitted, 4 are under consideration by the TCEQ. This will increase salinity in Corpus Christi Bay, threatening the flora and fauna in that bay. Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group calls on TCEQ to conduct a study of the cumulative effects of water emissions, but also air emissions in this increasingly industrialized area. We've been making that call for 15 years, and I will make it again tonight.
1 minute.
No seawater desal plant has discharged its brine into a closed bay system such as Corpus Christi Bay. It is reckless and irresponsible. Texas Parks and Wildlife expresses concerns about increased salinity, but also discharge of heavy metals such as zinc and copper from this permit. Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group also calls on TCEQ to grant Hillcrest residents and their association standing in a contested case hearing to oppose this application in the courts. Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group opposes issuance of this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. In his comments, Jim made reference to requesting a contested hearing. I just want to take a moment to let everyone know that all requests for a contested hearing have to be made in writing. I know that Jim knows that. It's not enough to state it at the microphone. If you wish to request a hearing, you'll need to do so in writing. Up next is Robert Landig.
Yes, thank you. Bob Landig. First, thank you, both groups of people, for being here. I can't imagine what this is like. I'm an engineer, been for 16 years. I was going to speak to some of the technical aspects of things, but I think it's very, very clear because I can read. I am absolutely 100% for the desalinization plant. We completely need it as a community. I work, live, and I participate in this community, and I love it. I'm a scout leader, I love camping, I love the environment. This false narrative that this mythical industry group is the only group that benefits from it is disgusting to me. The tens of thousands of people who work in these industries, these are the best paying, most sought after, best jobs that we have. It is the lifeblood of this economy and what we need to keep going.
Order. Go ahead.
The very, very small minority of people that are loud about this, the 100 people in here, the vast majority of people that I know support this. I want you guys to know that this community is for this and we need it. Thank you very much.
Order. Say order in the room, please. Again, as a reminder, if you continue to be disruptive, you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Our next group, we'll start with Wesley Turberry, Austin Machow, John Hale, and Eric Barnett. Wesley Turberry. No, you're not. We're taking people in the order in which they signed up. Okay, thank you. Wesley Terberry.
Hello, my name is Wesley Terberry. As someone who has closely followed the City of Corpus Christi's efforts to secure new and reliable water resources, I'm convinced the desalination plant is a critical investment for our future. The approval of the discharge permit brings us one step closer to a drought-resistant water supply that will serve not just our current population, but also support the growth and prosperity of the coastal Bend region.
Thank you. Up next is Austin Machow.
Austin Machow. As a longtime resident of Corpus Christi, I've witnessed the challenges our community faces with water scarcity. I stand in support of the City of Corpus Christi's seawater desalination plant and associated discharge permit. This project is a necessary step towards ensuring a sustainable and secure water future for our region. I believe the extensive research and proven technologies demonstrate a responsible approach to our collective and need for a reliable water supply for the region. By moving forward with desalination, we are taking a proactive approach to overcoming the drought conditions that threaten our way of life in South Texas. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Up next is John Hale.
John Hale, I'm here today to express my support for the TCEQ authorized permit for desal facility. Beyond the obvious advantages the project has, enhancing our community's growth, ensuring a positive future for generations to come, thousands of the coastal Bend residents receiving competitive wages because they are able to work locally, and so many more that I could add. What drives me here today is my passion for emergency response and preparedness. As an emergency responder in our community, I can tell you that bountiful water supply is essential to safe operations, response to emergencies. Whether it's responding to house fires, vehicle accidents, hazardous material spills, or rail incidents, we owe it to local and state agencies who respond to these emergencies. We owe them the ability to respond without concerns of water inventory. We owe it to them to be in a position to use all resources available without having to manage limitations of those resources. The TCEQ has a difficult decision. Many of us here tonight appreciate your dedication. We appreciate your commitment to ensure a diligent review and consideration of this permit. And we trust that you will make the right decision for a drought-proof solution that ensures the growth of the Corpus Christi area and for generations to come. One final thought. As a leader of my son's scouting organization, I have no desire to damage our local resources. The studies that I've shown review the data in current desal plants indicate we will not experience an impact to the environment, waterways, or bays, and therefore, I'm here today to express my support for the effort of building the desal facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Eric Burnett.
Eric Burnett, I reside in Portland, Texas. I've served on the Nueces River Authority Board of Directors since October of 2014. Governor Abbott appointed me as president of the board March of 2024. I'm here this evening to represent the authority. Nueces River Authority serves as the sponsor of the Texas Water Development Board's Region N Planning Group, which is responsible for water supply planning for 11 South Texas counties, which includes the coastal Bend area. The most current plan adopted by the Development Board, the 2022 Water for Texas State Water Plan, projects a water supply shortage of 28.4 million gallons per day by 2030, growing to 44.2 million gallons per day shortage by 2070 for the coastal Bend region. These projections include all water demands with the exception of any additional industrial water needs. The state of Texas has tasked the Nueces River Authority with the mission that obligates us to provide vision and leadership for water and other resource issues within the 17,500 square mile Nueces Basin. As we review the water demands for the coastal Bend area and much larger Nueces Basin, we find deficits in the future to be excess of 71 million gallons. The Nueces River Authority supports the development of seawater desalination as a water supply strategy due to its abundance and sustainable qualities to meet all future water needs.
Thank you. Order. Order. Our next group will start with Aaron Urey, and then Dr. Jacqueline Curry, Haley Law, and then Kelly Coates. Aaron Urey.
Hi, I'm Aaron J. Urey, and I wrote this down because I tend to ramble,
I'm not against industry. I retired from the automotive industry. I am against the building of industry where it puts people and the environment in jeopardy, especially when we, the taxpayers, not the industry, have to pay for it. And now I know the city said they're going to, but from what I've read and heard, we are going to pick up the tab. I simply do not believe salt can be discharged in our water in a safe manner. I understand what you said, but I just heard from a young lady out there, it takes 50 months for our water to rotate. Okay, this is for the city. Why do we have to compromise? Why not just say our water is far too stressed now for more industry, and we do not need our citizens to pay for more industry use so they can buy bigger and better mansions. The only sane option in a fragile environment like ours is water for fish and people, but not for big business.
Thank you. Up next is Dr. Jacqueline Curry.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jacqueline Curry. I am in support of granting the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Discharge Permit to the City of Corpus Christi with the perspective that this is an investment for our community rather than for industry. I live and work in this community. My family relies on industry for our livelihood, as do my hundreds of coworkers working locally. Our area has a growing economy, which encourages young families to remain in the region, further strengthening our local businesses for both current and future generations. Roadblocking water availability efforts will not hurt corporations. They will find other investment opportunities, but this region will struggle to find funds required to sustain, let alone improve, roads and infrastructure. Over the course of the past few years, the city has been able to improve infrastructure, expanding road repairs, building park improvements, and more.
Hold on. Folks, please stop interrupting when somebody is giving their comments. Everybody who wants to have the opportunity to share their own opinion about this application. Go ahead.
These improvements have been made possible in part by the same industries that employ many of the city's residents.
1 minute.
Bringing new technology with potential environmental impacts to the region can be intimidating. But if we continue to stall developmental progress and drain our environmental resources, we will end up backing ourselves into a corner, and our community is the one who will pay the price. The city has relied on the expertise of numerous agencies and organizations to model the desalination could look like for the coastal bend, including an extensive in-channel water sampling and velocity assessments over various seasons and in different conditions. We have the intellectual capital in the region to do desal right and continue to work to solve resource challenges while protecting the natural environment, which is an important element of quality of life and economic prosperity for the region. The region needs sustainable, drought-resistant, and diversified water sources to ensure prosperity for residents and industry alike. Desalination can fulfill this need. Thank you.
Up next is Haley Law.
Hi, my name is Haley Law. Thank you guys so much for being here today. Really appreciate you guys' answers to the questions. I've lived in the coastal bend for a little over 5 years. And seawater desalination is not a new concept. This has been done in communities around the world, and I support having a seawater desalination facility built in Corpus Christi to help meet the growing needs of our community. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Up next is Kelly Coates.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Coates. I am a lifelong resident of Coastal Bend, and I am a graduate of Texas A&M Kingsville with a chemical engineering degree. Water is critical for all of us, and we need a drought-proof water supply to support the growth in our area. Unfortunately, our two main reservoirs have seen very little rainfall over the past few years and are at low levels. I encourage the TCEQ to issue this permit so that our area can move forward with a new water supply to support our drought-prone region. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Justin McKenzie, who will be followed by Francisco Falcon, Patty Jones, and then Stacy Barnum. Justin McKenzie.
I wrote this down because I'm not the very best speaker, but I live in Corpus. I'm a husband, dad, everybody in here is my neighbor. I am for issuing the desalination permit to the city of Corpus Christi. The reason I'm for that, to me, is pretty simple. I look at what's happening in the southwestern United States. You look at Arizona, they're looking to pipe water from Mexico because they're so desperate for water. You look at Utah, they're looking to pipe water from the Pacific Ocean. And you've got lots of communities that there's water scarcity and they're trucking water in. Because that's what you do when you have a family and there's no water. So I guess what I see in the news clips from those is a lot of tension and neighbors pointing fingers at other neighbors, farmers, because the resources that important.
1 minute.
See, water is a system, but I know there's lots of experts in here. So I guess we have the technology to do better than pray for rainfall. We should be after all the options to pursue drought-proof solutions. That's why I'm for desal. In my mind, the question is, do we have the right reviews to safely do this? When I looked at the permit, there's modeling. We had the TCEQ take us through what the triggers are, and part of the permit is also continuous monitoring so we don't miss anything. To me, it's time to move forward. I'm for issuing this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Francisco Falcon.
Thank you all for having me. Thank you all for having this event. It's been a pleasure to hear the variety and perspectives this evening and to hear some more. Change is scary. I know it is for me at least. The thought of running out of water one day is even scarier for me. I realize that years have been invested in this design. It's not the first desalination plant in the world. As a mechanical engineer, I believe that the team of engineers, the city, and the TCEQ have worked hard on this and given it due diligence. I am choosing to trust the experts, and I encourage the TCEQ to issue the permit.
Thank you. Up next is Patty Jones.
My name is Patty Jones. I'm here today because I strongly oppose the planned Hillcrest Inner Harbor desalination plant. The plant would discharge tens of millions of gallons of salty brine per day back into Corpus Christi Bay. That would be an environmental disaster devastating to fishing, birding, recreation, and tourism. The Hillcrest residents have said they don't want this plant as it would threaten the health, safety, and well-being of their community. Public hearings have not been held in the Hillcrest neighborhood. There is a pending Title VI complaint against the city from this neighborhood for environmental racism. The permitting of this plant should be placed on hold until the Title VI complaint is resolved. Desalination is the most costly water option. It would cost more than recycled water and many times more than reservoir water. The desal plant would be for the benefit of heavy industry, yet residents would be expected to pay for it in higher taxes and higher water bills. Final costs of the desal plant could run into the millions of dollars. The money instead could be better spent on repairing the city's aging water infrastructure. Drought and water scarcity are the norm here in South Texas. It's every citizen's duty to conserve water. However, industry is held to a much lower standard with regard to water conservation. For decades, residents have been paying at a significantly higher rate for water than industry. Industry should be paying for water at the same rate as industry.
Up next is Stacy Barr.
Inner Harbor Desalination Discharge Permit. Corpus Christi is the 8th largest city in the state and currently has one drinking water plant to supply all of the water supply needs of the city and surrounding areas. It is the largest city in the state that is dependent on one water plant. Having a second water plant is important to make the water system more resilient, and the use of seawater, a limitless drought-proof resource, is smart, especially as other surface water sources dwindle. Currently, the city is under Stage 2 drought restrictions. In the springtime, when resources are normally their highest. This should be a wake-up call that an additional source of water is critically needed for the residents and businesses in the area to survive, and beyond that, thrive. Large infrastructure projects do not happen quickly. This project is no exception and has been in development stages for over 10 years. Locations were studied, tested, modeled prior to submitting a permit application. The project is proceeding this year with an anticipated completion date in 2027, still 3 years from now. I feel strongly that we're in a water crisis at this point and there is no time to waste. Studying, second-guessing locations and plant sizes and discussing the what-ifs before proceeding. Environmental mitigation is important and the permit is just one step. It will be imperative for the city to incorporate eco-friendly practices and minimize harm to marine ecosystems through the piloting and design stages of the project to ensure the best outcome for the Bay and all those who enjoy it. I have confidence the city wants to be a good neighbor and environmental steward. The cost of building a 30 MGD desalination plant is not inexpensive, but it is the lowest cost it will ever be right now. If the city continues to wait, materials and construction costs will only continue to escalate in the future. The city has shown due diligence by applying for state and federal funding programs to find the least expensive path forward to build the plant, the lowest cost.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next group will start with Rachel Caballero, will be followed by Blanca Parkinson, John Weber, and then Alita Castillo.
The irony here is our tax dollars pay all of you. Again, Freeze and Nickel has never built a desalination plant ever. They have no experience. Drew Molly has only had this job for 3 months, and he only got the job because the other guy got fired because his integrity was stronger than his paycheck. I'd like to remind everybody in this room that we are the minority user at 16%. We do not need this water, industry does. There are paid, TCEQ needs to know that there are paid representatives here from the PAC Texas Desal Matters. So these people coming here speaking in favor have been paid, just FYI. There has never been a plant like this built, ever, in the world.
1 minute.
This is not a political party issue. This is a moral and community issue. We are demanding an environmental impact study. We are demanding a community vote. This is not sustainable. You are lying to the public. It is not the community's responsibility to resolve global issues. If you want to see this go away, folks, these are the people to not vote for in November. Paulette Lombardo, Michael Hunter, Mike Pusky, Roland Barrera, Dan Suckney, Everett Roy, Barbara Canales, Sean Strawbridge, David Lowe, Larry Elizondo. Do not vote for those people in November.
Being here, TCEQ, we know that you all don't deny permits, and we know that you all work for a corrupt agency, so I know you're doing your job, so I'm not going to address you all. I'd like to address the misinformation of some of these pro-desal activists and our friends up here. Okay, we know you changed. To all the people that are so proud of this application, what part of it changed 2 months ago do you not understand? They didn't even bother to tell you. We know you're designing a plant like no other plant in the entire world because nobody's stupid enough to put the intake 900 feet from the discharge. We know there is no environmental impact statement. We know there are 5 proposed plants. We know these plans are for a hydrogen build-out, and we know that that hydrogen build-out will not provide tens of thousands of jobs. It will provide 909, less than 1,000 permanent jobs. Our kids deserve better than that. And quit smiling at me. We know that the plants in California and Florida are not working properly. They're running intermittently, as are the ones in the Arabian Gulf. We know this doesn't mean green soccer fields and restored lake levels. We know the projected water demand is for industrial growth, not municipal. And we know the TCEQ blessed and baptized the applications knowing that. We know you lied. And we know industry is already taking 80% of our water. We know that you did a bait and switch with the cost estimate, and you're giving us cost estimates for a 10 MGD plant, and now you're going to a 30 MGD plant. What I need to know, Peter Zanoni, is what is so funny that you have to sit over there all night smirking, and when are you going to resign?
Order. John Weber. Order. John Weber.
We know the Nueces Bay Power Plant uses water from the inner harbor for cooling. It intakes around 340 million gallons a day. This cooling water is isn't put back into the inner harbor, but is discharged into Nueces Bay. The volume is enough to replace all the water in Nueces Bay every 35 days. The outfall for the inner harbor plant will be 32 feet below sea level. The intake for the Nueces Bay Power Plant is 30 feet below sea level. The inner harbor plant's outfall is located 1,500 feet from the Nueces Bay Power Plant intake. Many locals and tourists recreate in Nueces Bay. It is currently an excellent place to catch fish. Due to the location of the inner harbor desalination plant outfall in relation to the Nueces Bay Power Plant intake, one would presume much of the hypersaline outfall will reach the intake of the Nueces Bay Power Plant. The power plant intake will act as a powerful vacuum to suck up this mixture, and then it will be used to cool the power plant and then be dumped into Nueces Bay. This is approximately 340 million gallons a day of water mixed with desalination discharge will have a large impact on Nueces Bay. TCEQ needs to consider the recreational impacts to the community. Without a doubt, the Hillcrest residents should be allowed standing in a contested case hearing. People that fish, own bait shops, and fishing guides should also be allowed standing in a contested case hearing. A full environmental impact statement needs to be performed. In the meantime, I am opposed to this permit being granted.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Elida Castillo. I am here to stand in opposition to the Inner Harbor, aka Hillcrest desalination site. Unlike so many who have spoken in favor of desalination, my roots are here. I did not move here for an industry job. My family is here. I have generations of family who are buried here, who lived here. If y'all had been here, you would have seen how plentiful our bays were with fish, with oysters, with sea life. People come from all over to vacation, to recreate here. And now we are always fighting for our survival. I refuse to live in a sacrifice zone. Our communities are beautiful. Everybody who visits here says that our community is beautiful and it is worth fighting for, and that is what we are doing. We are standing up for our community because y'all have disrespected us time and time again. TCEQ, you have a mission. You were supposed to protect Texas. You are failing at your job. Why is it that we have had to be at these hearings every month, it seems like? We are tired, but we are not going to stop fighting because these are our communities. We have young children who we want to grow up here. We don't want to move away. We shouldn't have to move away. And I am so tired of people saying, if you don't like it, move away. That is not just. This is our community, this is our home. TCEQ, I hope that you are making this project abide by the Harbor Island, by having them abide by the ZET zones, the zone of affluent zones of dissolution at 2%. And I also support Hillcrest and their contested case hearing, and we'll write that down. And all right, I'll say it from my niece. No desal.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Cindy Valdez, who will be followed by Mark Munster, Dorothy Pena, and then Daniel Pena. Cindy Valdez.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. Appreciate it. Enough. TCEQ has already approved hundreds and hundreds of water waste permits and water rights permits right here in Corpus Christi Bay. Think about the cumulative effects. Now you're going to start drawing millions of gallons of water. Enough. We already have Cancer Alley over here. And your own Air Now, Air Monitor public reports that people can prescribe to are showing this entire week that the particulate matter is of 2.5 is dangerous, moderately dangerous. It actually says, and I'll read it. If you are unusually sensitive to particulate pollution, consider reducing your activity level or shorten the amount of time that you are active outdoors. Enough. We know that you don't deny permits. You've been in the history of existence for what, over 20 years, and you denied 2 in the state of Texas. You are in the business of granting permits. That's what you do. We are open for business, is what the governor says. Enough. We need to do better. We need to be better. Our children are counting on us, and we are failing them miserably. Enough. Do better.
Thank you. Mark Munster.
Hello, my name is Mark Munster. Our bay, the heart of our community, is at risk. The proposed desalination plant intends to discharge brine back into our waters, and we haven't even had a thorough environmental impact statement yet. This isn't just about today, it's about what we're doing for the next 20, 30, 40 years in the future. We're being told we need this plant because of water shortages, but look at the facts, look at who's using our water. We're currently in stage 2, just yesterday an article came out that we're probably going to go into stage 3 this summer. Everyone needs to look at what those stage 3 restrictions are. Even more restrictions on watering. You can't even water your car. And industry continues to get exemptions, and there's even wording that they can opt out of exemptions. Everyone needs to go read the stage 3 restrictions. And whoever uses the gallons of water is incredibly relevant to why we're here today. That's what the permit's for. Over 40 million gallons a day is used by all the industry combined. The average residential home is like 200 to 300 a day versus 20, 30, 40 million. And what's crazy is that the residents are going to be the one footing the bill for this. Our rates are going up to subsidize these companies. We're paying more for so much less, and it's not right, especially as individuals on fixed and lower incomes who are already struggling with the rising cost of living. What's even more frustrating is that industrial users are appealing their rate increases to the Public Utilities Commission, while residents don't have that option. And then there's Hillcrest. People live there. They have homes, lives, and a right to continue living in the neighborhood. We can't build a massive facility right next door. Our young people are watching, and we don't understand why our livelihood, the environment, is being traded off for industry profits. It doesn't make sense. We're not going to stand by quietly while our rights to a clean and safe environment are ignored and put second to whoever has the biggest wallet and influence. We're not indoctrinated. We're not against growth and progress. We care about people that actually live here. Please deny this permit. Review it. Look at the worst case scenario. We can strive for approaches that will not put a huge strain on our energy grid, further marginalize the historically black neighborhoods, harm our bay, make the city borrow money they don't have, continue the cycle of poor leadership in water resource management, and cause residential rates to go up and up. We deserve better. We need better. That's why we're here today as a community. Say no to desal. Say no to oligarchy. The people, the community, the environment are going to suffer if we don't. Thank you.
case hearing about the waste permit number WQ000528900. I'm asking you to deny the wastewater permit WQ000528900. This is not a small project. This is a major project that needs reviewing by EPA. There needs to be an environmental impact study for this proposed permit, as well as a cumulative impact study for all the planned desalination plants. Water issues are not new to Corpus Christi, and drought is common. Our economy used to be very diverse. Agriculture, tourism, and fishing sustained our economy, but industry is becoming centralized. What we are seeing is a mismanagement of our drinking water that was sold out to Gulf Coast Ventures for plastic production, which we can't eat. Instead of reprimanding the officials that did not prioritize the taxpayers, now we, the taxpayers, are bailing them out to make a desperate attempt at a quote-unquote end of a drought and creating drought-proof solutions, all while throwing the Hillcrest community under the bus yet again. You are securing water for industries and not the people. Stop fear-mongering our community and claiming it is scientifically sound. The propaganda that's sitting outside that poster talking about drought-proof. Are you going to make it rain? Because a drought means no rain. Your science changes, and so do your limits of acceptability. We are not against progress, but it is not progressive to harm communities of color to manage poor decision-making. It is, however, progressive to meet with your community members that want alternative jobs and solutions, and are willing to do those jobs and do that work to create new opportunities for our community. We want real solutions, and this isn't it.
Adjust that microphone so we can hear you better, please.
Daniel, resident of Hillcrest.
Yes, I go to hear that.
I'm
getting in trouble.
Disturbed by some of the statements that TCEQ has made. In particular, you would not consider the environmental impact study because when they filed for the permit, it wasn't required. Okay, I don't understand that. We live here. They have never approached us to have a discussion about this situation. Not one time. They've never considered the people that live there. Never had a conversation with us. I had prepared so many things to say, but you know what? It's just a varsity of this meeting. It's incredible to me. It's incredible to me. For you to make that statement out loud, that you're not following the rules because they filed the permit before those rules were in fact in place. You know, that's really disturbing. I've had I believe there are 4.5 decades, raised my children, my grandchildren.
1 minute.
And it wasn't until the ATSDR came in and told the city of Corpus Christi, as well as everybody in the neighborhood, that there was 150 chemicals in the air in our area. 78407 has the highest rate of birth defects, cancer, among other things that, you know, I just can't understand how this happens. And then for the city to come in there and add more, and that not even be considered.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Peter Moore, Don Osborne, Guillermo Gallegos, and Julia Nicholson. This gentleman here, what is it that you're doing, sir? What are you? You're being a distraction to me. Could you take your seat until your name is called? Please take your seat. Thank you. Our next group starts with Peter Moore, Don Osborne, Guillermo Gallegos, and Julia Nicholson. Peter Moore. There's Peter Moore in the room.
I'm a historian. I speak today as a friend of the Hillcrest Residents Association, whose historic neighborhood has been ravaged, and I mean ravaged, by development. For decades, government and industrial developers have encroached on this neighborhood. They've bisected it with roads and bridges. They've poisoned its air, and now they hope to complete its destruction by building a desal plant in it. No reasonable person would deny that Hillcrest has been targeted for this development because it is poor, black, and brown. And yet, despite decades of racist policy and discriminatory treatment, the people of Hillcrest are still here. They've endured, and like anyone who lives in a place and gets attached to it, they want to revitalize their neighborhood. Hillcrest contains at least 2 significant historic sites. One is New Bayview Cemetery, the other is Crosley Elementary School. You can read more about those and learn about them when you read my written comments. I don't have time to talk about them here. The Hillcrest Residents Association has a dream of renovating and restoring Crosley, turning it into a community center. So we have a neighborhood with significant historical properties, a residents association with a dream to preserve these places and revitalize their neighborhood, a landmark commission that sees this work as a high priority, a historic preservation plan by the city that recognizes the historical character and significance of Hillcrest. Yet, the powers that be are intent on erasing this neighborhood and its history to make way for more petrochemical industry development. We should be protecting our cultural heritage and investing in communities, schools, and public health, not leveling neighborhoods to bring in more industries that poison our air and water and use up natural resources. As a matter of social justice and basic human decency, I urge you to deny this desalination plant permit and grant a contested case hearing for Hillcrest. Thank you.
Thank you. John Osborne.
As you can see, I'm old. I need more light. We can't get more anchors. Okay, so as someone who's lived during the drought and water rationing of the early 1980s, I have been disappointed and horrified at our current water shortage and the reasons that we once again are facing these shortages. I am disappointed in the city allowing tens of millions of gallons of water to industry and polluters at the expense of residential users. This shortage of water had been addressed by the Mary Road Pipeline 1 and 2 and other measures. I am horrified that the proposed answer to this problem is the Hillcrest neighborhood desalination site. I could not imagine a worse location for this plant and the intake and discharge. The proposed intake site and the chemical-laced brine discharge site is in the very close proximity to constant loading and unloading volatile organic compounds from and to barges and ships. There have been many mishaps in loading during these loading procedures. The placement of the intake is subject to uptake these spilled compounds and will result in high concentrations of chemicals in the water for residential users and the release of high concentrations of volatile organic compounds that are harmful substances in our waterways and bay stream systems. The environmental degradation is inevitable. In an article published by NEP titled Drinking Water Treatment Reverse Osmosis, to just cut to the case, contaminants not removed by RO filtration include dissolved gases such as hydrogen sulfide, some pesticide solvents, organic, volatile organic compound chemicals are not removed by RO.
That's time. Thank you. Up next is Guillermo Gallegos.
My name is Guillermo Gallegos. There are many things I want to say that I can't fit in 2 minutes. Things like, does TCEQ know how many water boils we've had in the last year? Does TCEQ know that industry, despite being the city's biggest water user, has not had to comply with stage 1 or stage 2 drought restrictions, despite our reservoirs, being at 70% depleted? Or does TCEQ know that the proposed site is in a historically black neighborhood, Hillcrest, which has a pending Title VI complaint against the city for previous incidents of environmental racism? Or does the city know that our biggest job provider is not, in fact, petrochemicals, but tourism, nursing, and hospitality, which is threatened by pollution caused by diesel? But I guess I can narrow this all down to, can you all live with yourselves knowing that approving this permit could kill our post-based system, kill our beach, and eventually kill the whole city? Also, I request a contested hearing for the people of Hillcrest, and I will put that in writing.
Thank you. Julia Nicholson.
My name is Julia Nicholson. I live at 4025 Markins Drive in Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm asking you to deny wastewater permit WQ000528900. This is not a small project. This is a big project. I've spent 4 years studying environmental science at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. I'm incredibly fortunate to have received this education, and it is therefore my duty to use what I have learned for the betterment of my community. One of the first courses required for all ESI majors is Introduction to Environmental Science. In this course, we perform environmental impact assessments for a theoretical desalination plant a fraction the size of what is proposed here today. Simply put, the impacts of this proposal will hurt all of us. The quality of our bay will deteriorate regardless of what y'all say from waste discharge. Ecosystems will collapse as they cannot thrive in this acidic closed bay system. This will encourage even more pollution of our air and water. The health of our citizens will decline, most notably and disproportionately for the people of Hillcrest, who are by no coincidence closest to the proposed plant. There are countless reasons why this proposal does far more harm than good that I cannot explain in the 2 minutes you've provided. Water is a human right. Water is for the people. We don't have a shortage because of the consumption from the people.
1 minute.
We have a shortage because of industry greed. You're failing future generations of students, leaders, farmers, artists, scientists, parents, and children, the future of Corpus Christi. Because the future of Corpus Christi is not sitting up on this stage. They're right behind me.
Next group, we'll start with Kirsten Aguilar. He'll be followed by Arturo Lima, who'll be followed by Ruben. Last name starts with an M. I apologize, Ruben. And then Eli McKay. So Kirsten Aguilar.
Hi everyone, my name is Kirsten Aguilar, and I am here today to ask you to deny the wastewater permit WQ0052890. To put it blatantly, the city of Corpus Christi is yet again putting the neighborhood of Hillcrest on a stone slab, preparing them for sacrifice. If you think I'm embellishing, look at the case being presented. Look at the people who are talking about it. The city of Corpus Christi single-handedly redlined the neighborhood of Hillcrest in 1944, and they're doing it again and again and again, and they keep on doing it. This is a case of environmental racism. TCEQ needs to not pass this permit and do something to protect us. Our sacred water, our key species that exist in Corpus Christi Bay Area. Desalination may not affect each of you immediately, but it will affect Hillcrest. Noise pollution, air pollution, water pollution, ground pollution, health issues such as cancer, asthma, may I continue, then the citizens of Corpus Christi will have to pay for the desalination plant, and they will also have to pay for the damages that it causes once it's all over. Yeah, millions and billions of dollars of taxpayer money that is being wasted. I will not stand by and let you kill us, kill Hillcrest. It's murder in the limelight. Since you are all being presented with strong concern, just know that you are turning a natural resource into a bundle of cash. Don't let complacency float your boat while you shoot ours down and sink us. Hold yourselves accountable. Why is it that people who are affected the most by the climate crisis are responsible for the least? And the people who are affected the least by climate crisis are responsible for the most? Please do something about it.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am here to express that you can't fool us. You've seen that people are doing their research and they're finding out that you are lying to them. The city of Corpus Christi is lying to their residents. It's telling them that even though they're the ones who sold our water to industry, we're going to get you the water you need. We have the water we need. Fortunately, it's being sold to industry. So therefore now they want to have us all pay for a desalination plant to give more water to industry. So I'm very much against that because I live right in front of the bay and I see it every morning from my window. I see smokestacks, I see flares, my neighbors are getting sick, and we want to build this desalination plant to lure more of that heavy industry to our region. We want to turn it into a sacrifice zone, and might as well do it in the sacrifice zone. We've been sacrificing since the 60s, Hillcrest. So I'm here to express that I am against the desalination plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben? Ruben, spell your last name for me.
Yes,
Rubén Muñoz.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I support the desalination project, and I give you a little bit of context. Today, according to the United Nations, there is 700 million people which doesn't have access to drinking water, and it's predicted that 1,800 million people will live under water scarcity by the year 2025. Currently, there are 50,000 desalination plants worldwide installed, which represent only 5% of the overall drinking water demand. In some coastal cities, desalination plants provide the only access to drinking water. I have the privilege to work in desalination projects in other countries, and I have seen that before desalination, the drinking water in coastal city lasts only few hours per day. And I by the permitted application. The brine discharge was continuously monitoring and reported to the environmental authority. Scientific investigation have shown that there is no significant impact of the salinity increase because of the natural salinity tolerance of the species and by the inclusion of the neutralization of the chemical on the dedicated wastewater treatment plant. So all of these techniques are applied in this project and presented in the permit. So I support the desalination project to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Eli McKay. Eli McKay.
Sorry, I'm sure not what you expected. So I'm going to do things a little differently because I'm really here for my community and not really for y'all, no offense, but if everybody who's comfortable can just close their eyes, take a deep breath in for 4 seconds, hold it for 2, and then release it. So that's going to change the energy in the room. Because it's really interesting sometimes how love can look like anger, but what's even more interesting to me is how greed can look like fear. One thing that I've learned from my community here in Corpus Christi is that there is nothing to fear. Tonight I was shocked and upset noticing that you limited the comments for 2 minutes. This may be a lot of people's first time at a TCEQ meeting, but it's not mine. And I've been to meetings where you've had hundreds of people signed up. You didn't limit that 5-minute comment period, so I'm very disappointed in the lack of consistency within these meetings that you're holding. I find it to be straight fascism. I'm asking you to deny this permit. There hasn't been an adequate environmental impact study for the proposed permit or a cumulative impact study that has been requested years ago. People have made a lot of comments. One thing that really struck me is trucking water into cities. You could say that we're trucking water into Corpus Christi already because the majority of people that I know don't drink the water from the tap. They buy it at the store, or they have to invest in water things that clean their water, whatever you call that. But it's ridiculous, and 2 minutes is ridiculous, and I will continue coming to these meetings and tracking that because you cannot silence the people, because the people will continue to multiply.
Thank you. The next group will start with Bob Shockney, will be followed by Mike Culbertson, Alberto Zertek, and Aaron Leibowitz. So Bob Shockney.
Yes, my name is Bob Shockney, and I live right here in Corpus Christi, not very far from here. I'm here to support the city's efforts to build this plant and provide our communities with a sustainable water resource. Droughts are real, they happen, and we're in one right now. Growth can take many forms, and lack of growth can take many forms as well. This story is personal to me. My daughter graduated from A&M Corpus Christi with a degree in education more than 10 years ago, and she's been a teacher in our school system for that whole time. My son, on the other hand, graduated from A&M University with a degree in engineering and was able to find some work that marginally aligned with his degree, but not his passion. After more than 3 years of trying to make it work, he left to go find better opportunity, and he took his degree and his wife and he moved to Dallas. The fact is, my son was able to find better paying work and long-term engineering prospects in Dallas because they simply had more opportunity.
1 minute.
I now have my son and daughter and 2 grandchildren in Dallas instead of Corpus Christi. And I will bet I'm not the only one here today who has family that had to leave the area for better opportunity. Coincidentally, my son spent 2 years working on a water reservoir in Dallas. You see, Dallas can't just stick a straw in the ocean and convert it to usable water. They must capture it and hold it. We already have water reservoirs. They're not getting filled. We must look to pivot to something else. To me, when we oppose growth, just for the sake of limiting industry, we also limit our community's ability to keep their families together. So when naysayers say they don't want industry, they're also saying they don't want to provide food. Growth is not just big industry, it's about everything our community has to offer. It's about being able to have a Whataburger, a Chick-fil-A sandwich, maybe an H-E-B Plus, or maybe be able to shop at the new Target in Portland.
That's time, thank you. Up next
I just
is
have
Mike.
one last thing to say.
Up next, that's time. Thank you. Order. That's time. Up next. Sir, your time is up. Take your seat, thank you. Your time is up, sir, thank you. Order. Up next is Mike Culbertson.
Good evening, I'm Mike Culbertson, President of Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. We have over 130 manufacturing, engineering,
Order. Go ahead.
and companies that care deeply about the future of our region. We're speaking in favor of the application for the seawater desal. We do not have any more water available to us. Even if we don't bring any more industry, we still need water. A drought-proof water supply is the best option. While this is one of the first for desal, it will not be the last. Texas needs water to continue growing. If your town or region stops growing, bad things start to happen. People leave for more opportunities, and we leave fewer people to bear the tax burden. We all want a bright future for our kids, and this is one more step we need to take, and it's one more step that Texas needs to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Alberto. Alberto, if we get started, you spell your last name for me.
My last name is Sartuche, Z-E-R-T-U-C-H-E. My name is Alberto Sartuche. I'm Team Hard Life captain of a YouTube channel, fishing channel, and a bait and tackle shop. I also own a manufacturing and fishing tackle distribution center as well. So my whole deal is off this bay. I live on it, we feed on it, we grow on it. You're sitting here trying to tell me that whatever y'all gonna put back in there is not gonna harm it? I'm sorry, y'all are all lying to yourselves. I've been here my whole life. I've seen what it does right now with the industry that is here. You have brown tide, you have red tide, and all of that will stay in the bays, gets into the air. Everybody that lives around the bay during those time periods have health issues. They get hospitalized for long periods of time. There's also Vibrio, which is a flesh-eating virus that's in the Bay of Corpus Christi. What is this gonna do to that? Is it gonna enact it even more? Can y'all answer that? No, you can't. There's a whole bunch of things that y'all are not taking into consideration, and right now the rest of us are having to let you know. Have they truly looked at that? We will be submitting a contested hearing for us as well as a bait and tackle shop owner. And for those of y'all that don't live here, y'all need to really ask yourselves, are y'all willing to go swimming in that Bay Area? Are you willing to go fishing in that Bay Area? Are you willing to go take your families there? Are you willing to go live in Hillcrest where they are planning to put this plant there? Of course not. You're putting it on everybody else. We're not standing by. We will remember this in November as well. We're all voting.
Thank you. Up next is Aaron Leibowitz.
Hello, my name is Aaron Leibowitz. I live at 6121 Boca Raton Drive here in Corpus Christi. I've lived here my whole life, as have both of my parents, and their parents moved here when they were very young. My whole life, I have been subject to frequent water boils or even bans, not being able to take a shower or drink a good night tea or anything that I should be able to do. And the proposed desalination plants knowing that in 2017, residential water use in Corpus Christi was only 36%. The rest all went to industry. Brine disposal in the bay causes hypoxia, which is a lack of sufficient amounts of oxygen in the body, resulting from decreasing concentrations of oxygen, which affect all marine organisms. Increasing salinity is inversely proportional to the concentration of dissolved oxygen in the sea. Oxygen-depleted water bodies experience mass mortality of mussels, bivalves, and fish, and also disruption to coral reefs. Look, Corpus is a fishing town, famous for its beaches, something we pride ourselves on. Are y'all willing to kill our fish and pollute our bay so much that our beautiful tourist-attracting beaches are compromised? If there's one thing I know about Corpus Christi residents, is that we love to fish. If residents knew just how impactful these plants are going to be on our wildlife, I do not think they would support it. The proposed desal plants in Corpus would have a combined intake of 317 billion gallons per year and discharge 213 of those gallons, meaning only one-third of the intake is actually usable. The rest is all dumped back into the water supply.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next group will start with Armin Alex. He'll be followed by Araceli Martinez, Al Areola Jr., then Shane Bonnet. Armin Alex.
Howdy, my name is Armand Alex. Let's just be real. This desalination plant is an invitation to more industry. And because of that, I'd like to take a moment of silence for our friends and family members and neighbors that we have lost all along Refinery Row here in Corpus Christi because of the polluters. Moment of silence, please. This is a bad deal for the people of Corpus Christi, and I want TCEQ to know that, and I want you two to know that as well. I've seen you guys in City Hall when I visit often, and it's such a shame that you live here in the city as well, but you want to subject us to this. Shame. I hope it hurts to sleep at night. As right now I am not in such great health, but I wouldn't miss this because I love my community. I love my mother. I love my grandmother. My father, I lost him in my senior year of high school. And one of my earliest memories of living in Corpus Christi was him and I walking along our shorelines in Corpus Christi Bay. And if he could see what we are about to lose because of the greed of the fossil fuel industry, the reality is they're paying our public servants. They're paying off some of our city workers. This is a project for polluters, not for the people of Corpus Christi. The water to be produced is for oil and gas, not for the people of Corpus Christi. TCEQ, you need to say no.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Araceli Martinez.
That's my son, by the way. My name is Araceli Martinez, and I am currently went back to school after 20-some years, okay? I'm not leaving the city. I love the city. I've been here for 42 years, like I said. I love the fact that my son, 24 years old, could have left, but he said no, because I believe in my community. I believe in this city. He loves this community, and he's only 24 years old, guys. Hello, 24 years old. And I am here. I could have been somewhere else, but I am here. Why? Because I love my neighbors, okay? And I say no to desal, guys. Please listen to this community, okay? That's who you need to listen to, not people that come from elsewhere and want to, desal. No, listen to the community, the people that live here that have been here for so long. It's not fair. Hillcrest. I used to go out there when I was a teenager. My mama could tell you, mija, I don't want you going over there. Why? Well, mija, you know, I just don't go. No, mom, I'm gonna go. Why? Because they're brown folks. I'm Mexicana. And I hate going by there, and it's a ghost town. There used to be people just all in the streets, hanging out, the barber shop, you know, different little restaurants that were owned by mom and pops. They're all gone. It's so sad, guys. Please say no. And listen to the community, because this is who lives in it. Thank you.
Al Ariola Jr.
Is that appropriate?
Sorry. Go ahead. Al Ariola Jr.
How are you doing? Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Al Ariola Jr. I come before you representing the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce. The United Chamber has long advocated for reliable and affordable water resources for our drought-prone region. Developing seawater desalination will ensure a drought-proof water supply that will enable the region, its citizens, and businesses to thrive and prosper now and in the future. Seawater desalination is a viable option for the 500,000 residents of the Coastal Bend region, supported by the City of Corpus Christi's water resources and infrastructure. On behalf of our over 1,000 members, we would like to express support for the City of Corpus Christi's permit for the proposed seawater desalination plant, and we encourage this commission to move expeditiously to approve the application. Thank you for considering this request.
Thank you. Up next is Shane Bonnet.
Good evening. My name is Shane Bonneau, and I'm here to represent the Texas chapter of the Coastal Conservation Association. We're a marine conservation organization with a stated purpose to conserve, promote, and enhance the present and future availability of coastal fishery resources for the benefit and enjoyment of the general public. CCA Texas is opposed to this permit. We recognize that sound desalination technology is crucial in securing dependable freshwater sources for Texas. But in the interest of coastal fishery resources, accepted marine science and our stated mission mandates that the intake and discharge points be located offshore to minimize long-term impacts to the estuary. The environmental and ecological risks of siting a desal facility within an estuary are far too great, adversely affecting native flora and fauna in a system that's already currently under significant stress with regards to increasing ambient salinities.
1 minute.
We have grave concerns for the setting a precedent of locating a facility inside of an estuary, and what that could mean for permitting future desal locations, not only in the Coastal Bend but across the state of Texas. Again, we understand the need to supply industries and municipalities in the Coastal Bend with a consistent supply and dependable supply of fresh water. Our recommendation is that desal facilities operate with intakes and discharges offshore. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Suzanne Gallagher, who will be followed by Laramie Fain, Bryn Glover, and Sarita Neres James. I apologize. Suzanne Gallagher.
Hi there. I want to say that I was born and raised here. I am a child of industry. My dad worked at the refinery for his whole life. My mother was a biochemist and was there when, at the time, CCPC, now Lyondale, opened. And my stepfather came from Midland to open that same facility. So I know how I have benefited from this, but I also know how things go wrong and things don't work the way they're supposed to. Machinery fails. And I'm against magical thinking. I'm here to represent concerned citizens of Robstown and Calallen. I'll be seeing the TCEQ people again before too long, because the proposed ammonia plant that the city has been in on, the Corpus Christi and Robstown and the port, everybody that wants to bring this is going to need between 8 and 10 million gallons a day. I want to say that a few months ago, I'm embarrassed to say I didn't know anything about desal. In fact, if you would have run it by me, I probably would have said it sounds like a good idea. Yes, we need more water, and yeah, there's a lot of seawater out there, but since then I've become educated. And as the speaker a few minutes ago said, if it were out in the Gulf, that might be one thing. But having the intake and where it throws the water back out right together, and also in an enclosed, shallow bay area where water doesn't circulate well, is nonsensical. To say that it would not affect the salinity is magical thinking. It's magical thinking to keep saying we're going to bring all these things here and it's not going to affect our environment. And people that live here and they grew up here love this bay and love the area. So, no magical thinking. Let's call it what it is.
My name is Larry Fain, Corpus Christi, Texas. I submitted my opposition to this permit in writing. All I really had to say to you was, each and every one of you should feel honored that you got to hear this community speak tonight. I hope that you heard what we had to say.
Thank you. Bryn Glover.
Hello, my name is Bryn Glover, and I am a 22-year-old college student. Corpus Christi has been my home for almost my whole life. I grew up surfing and admiring the beauty of our bay and our Gulf. This desalination plant it's not a small project. It's a ginormous project with ginormous consequences. I'm asking that you deny the wastewater permit number WQ000528900. I'm asking for a contested case hearing about the waste permit number WQ000528900. There needs to be an environmental impact study for this proposed permit, as well as a cumulative impact study for all the future planned desalination plants. This desal plant will be located in a historically black community that has already been attacked countless times by industry expansion, bridges, freeways, and not to mention the serious health risks that they face, and the rest of Corpus also faces, that include cancer, chronic health risks, diseases, birth defects, and asthma, as well as countless others. If this desal plant is placed in this area, these issues will worsen, they will not get better. And I ask you, like, what more will you subject us to? What more will you subject the Hillcrest community to? I am in awe, and I hope that you feel shame. Thank you.
My name is Shiraya Nanias James. I live at 7326 Gold Ridge Road here in Corpus Christi, Texas. This is not a small project, this is a major project. I am asking that you deny the wastewater permit WQ 000528900. I am asking for a contested case hearing about this waste permit number. There needs to be an environmental impact study. If you say you are a leader of this community, I understand that an application process that EIS is not required. That is through EPA's words correct, it's not required at that stage. But as a leader, you should have done it anyway. Okay? You should have done it anyway if you wanted us to even begin to believe you. So you say that people leave. I got my master's here. I came to Corpus Christi to get my master's, so I have studied in these bays that you talk about. I agree that there are species that live in extreme environments, but those have evolved and adapted over a long time. And that is in a different system. What I'm asking you right now is, I understand as a scientist, you look at a paper and you don't see the people. You see numbers and you see billions of gallons of waters, but you don't see the people. I chose to come back to Corpus Christi. I chose to have my child here. Actually, she goes to school with your children, okay? But you don't see the people. And as a scientist, we have the responsibility to use our knowledge. To use our knowledge for a better way to do things. We've already heard everything. I've talked to all the scientists. Some of them I even went to school with. They're telling us this is not going to work. And honestly, how are you going to, you said it yourself, the same amount of brine that we take out ourselves, we're going to put back into the bay, but aren't you taking out the water? How is that not going to increase the salinity? And how is that not going to have an impact?
Thank you. Our next group will start with Amanda Rose, will be followed by Maggie Peacock, Marissa Spinelli, Sandra Love Sanchez, Amanda Rose. Amanda Rose.
I am Amanda Rose. I live here in Corpus Christi and nobody has paid me to be here. I am actually not against desalination. I am against dumb desalination. And so I oppose this permit because I think it's a little dumb. I have been, tell you a little bit about myself. I'm not an oceanographer. I am a graduate student. I study environmental science, working on my master's, and my focus is water quality. So this semester I have been researching. I've read dozens and dozens of really boring peer-reviewed research on this topic, the environmental impact of desalination. Because I want to know, what is this going to do to our bay? And the answer is no, because every place is different from Corpus Christi. Every study I read basically said it depends on where you are, and further environmental study is necessary. Every study said that. So I decided to look at the studies that Friesen Nichols used. They got paid to do that. They love to call out San Diego, the Claude Bud Lewis Carlsbad desalination plant, about its minimal impact on the environment, even though it does see increased salinity. I want you to know that they are comparing us to a place where the intake and outfall is the Pacific Ocean. And I am not an oceanographer, but I think the Pacific Ocean is larger than Corpus Christi Bay. The other side is Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is like our bay because it is productive, it's nutrient rich. But there's a glaring difference, and I urge you to Google it, look at the map of Tampa Bay, because they don't have something we do, and it's a giant barrier island.
That's time, thank you. Up next is...
Sometimes y'all get on y'all's phones. I want y'all to listen to the community members. Apparently, according to a previous commenter, only a small number of us are anti-desal. But to all of us, if you're willing and able and do not want desal in our community, I want y'all to stand up. We need to show them that we are not a small majority. Do not listen to the people who will profit from projects like these. Listen to the community members. We are going to win. Yeah, the TCEQ mission statement reads, TCEQ strives to protect our state's public health and natural resources consistent with sustainable economic development. Our goal is clean air, clean water, and safe management of waste. Approving this wastewater permit would inextricably go against everything your statement says. The historic Hillcrest neighborhood is already repeatedly being attacked by industrial build-out, bridges, interstate highway cutoffs, sewage treatment plants, and excessive exposures to pollution. That is a public health issue.
1 minute.
And I say all of this because desalination will lead to further fossil fuel expansion. It's going to bring so many more destructive industries, like Exxon, who uses over 18 million gallons of water a day to overburden communities here in the coastal bend. Industrial users in Corpus use 80% of our water. And yet, community members are going to bear the brunt of the cost by significantly impacting water rates. I need to skip because, God, we only have 2 minutes. Not to mention, in the 80s, Hillcrest residents sued refineries that were growing nearby and won a settlement that would put space between the residents and the toxic industry. However, the proposed desal plant would be placed in that buffer zone. If you approve the discharge permit, you will deem profit more important than clean air and clean water. Dumping over 50 million gallons of sludge a day with who knows what chemicals into our bay every day? In a bay that takes over a year for new water to cycle through, that is going to kill our bay and everything that it relies on.
Thank you.
We might be the minority user, but we are not the minority here.
Marissa Spinelli.
Marissa Spinelli, and while I commend the efforts to secure a reliable water source for our community, I am deeply concerned about the potential impact on our water quality, community health, and ecological integrity. If desalination and Hillcrest proceeds, beside our efforts, please consider the following. Should this permit proceed, it is crucial to strive for the best environmental impact possible. We mustn't overlook the repercussions of our actions, particularly in a community like Hillcrest, already facing injustice as is. Desal plants, respectively, try to decrease their impact by doing offshore piping or blending water, but that does not address the long-term impacts, period. Discharging highly saline will devastate ecosystems impacting tourism, fishing, and food resources, ultimately harming our community, economy, and biosphere for the whole and foreseeable future. All ecosystems provide services for us: erosion prevention, water filtration. It is our best interest to maintain them and protect them, as we want to reap their rewards they give us naturally. I would like to emphasize the risk of dependency on desal, diverting attention from addressing underlying water scarcity issues. If we're approaching population increase as we do it now, reaching our maximum in 2050, our carrying capacity, what happens then? More desal? If we become dependent on it, why are we not investing into our futures now? In this rapidly evolving landscape, we must exercise caution, delaying or denying permits until we can develop environmentally sound brine management strategies. Exploring alternatives like brine manufacturing can offer more sustainable options. I don't think the proposed technology we have now is what we need to meet these goals. In conclusion, let's approach desalination permitting with care, prioritizing innovation and sustainability. By delaying permits until comprehensive solutions are realized, we can safeguard our ecosystems while meeting community needs. Thank you for your attention, and I urge all stakeholders to pursue responsible solutions.
Hi, my name is Sandra Los Sanchez, and I am with the Indigenous Peoples of the Coastal Bend. I graduated with my bachelor's in communications, and I have my master's in policy and government. The reason why I mention that is because you're not dealing with stupid people in this room. We are not dense. We are very smart, and we have read everything that is happening in these documents. So I am opposed to the desalination plant, and I request a contested case hearing. I've been here before to tell you the science and extreme impact it will have on our bay. I've been here before to tell you about the economic failure this will be. Now I will tell you another thing. Your standard and policies are wrong. It's causing environmental racism. You just threw out a Native person, by the way, earlier, with your policies and rules. So they don't matter when they're causing harm to Indigenous, Black, and people of color neighborhoods. That was wrong. This is our land, and you threw somebody out that was a Native. That is super wrong. All these policies and standards are protecting the land and the water and the people. We are not a sacrifice zone. We stand with Hillcrest. You are on the wrong side of history. And well, we aren't going anywhere. None of us are. As you can see, as many people that stood up were still here. People will vote out all these decision makers and all the appointees that have been or that are here on these tables. You will be replaced. Just watch.
Next group will start with Ivan Sotelo, followed by Joey Gonzalez IV, Taylor Thorpe, and Cody Benavides. Ivan Sotelo.
Hi, my name is Ivan Sotelo. I work here as a researcher in social psychology here at Texas A&M University. More specifically, I research the identity formation and cultural identities of Black and Brown people here in the U.S. Here at I make a living by analyzing the lives of people here in Corpus Christi, like those who live at Hillcrest. I've heard nothing but horror story after horror story since I first arrived here in Corpus Christi 2 years ago of how the Hillcrest community has been made the victim time and time again to industry and displacement. I have heard a plethora of information for and against the passing of this permit as a solution to our water scarcity problems. Despite all of this, I have used my resources as not only a scholar, but as a citizen, as a civilian. I have read scientific journal after scientific journal published by scholars not only at this university, but at others around the nation that have referred to the dangers of heavy metals, anti-fouling agents, and decreased oxygen content as a result of chlorine neutralization processes associated with reverse osmosis. Ocean water desalinization has too great a potential risk on the lives and lands here in Corpus Christi, and I personally believe that reverse osmosis ocean water desalinization is not sustainable for either. I am standing against the passing of this permit. This is not a small project, this is a large project that needs approval by the EPA, and there needs to be an environmental impact study. Thank you.
Joey Gonzalez, Joey Gonzalez. Taylor Thorpe.
Hello, Taylor Thorpe. To start, I'd like to address a previous commenter talking about the need for a drought-proof water supply. Can anybody tell me why we're in a drought and have no water? Mainstream, bingo! We are so smart here. I love our community. I am here to urge you to reject the dumping permit for the desalination plant. I'm graduating from TCEQ with a degree in environmental science in May, and just like Julia told you guys earlier, our first large project as freshmen, 18-year-olds, was to write up a plan if a desal plant was to be placed connected to our bay. Some things we had to consider: the multiple endangered species populations that call Corpus Christi Bay home, the indigenous land that the city was and continues to steal, and how dumping desal brine into the bay would completely deplete the dissolved oxygen content. The dissolved oxygen that birds, benthic wildlife, and fish rely on to survive. A point of pride in Corpus Christi is our amazing view of the annual bird migrations. A direct quote from birdiestfestival.org. Luckily, South Texas is on their flyway with plenty of food, water, and rest areas to offer. What a better place to enjoy the stunning array of beauty than the birdiest city in America, Corpus Christi, Texas. Notice the plenty of food and water part. Just in case you didn't know, birds eat fish. No oxygen in the water, no fish, no birds. If this dumping permit gets passed through, we might as well kiss that title goodbye. What else is Corpus known for? Fishing, yet another recreational activity that will be wiped out if this desalination plant is put into place. You claim that this water is for the people when it clearly is not. You make your people abide by water restrictions during the drought, yet industry can throw pennies at the city from their profit and let them do whatever they want. Aren't you listening? The city is suffering directly by your ignorance and refusal to accept science. Desal is the most expensive way to produce clean water, yet is the first solution you can think of? How can you sit up there and find no problem dropping millions of our tax dollars to build a desal plant that will do nothing but destroy the good parts of the city? I stand with Hillcrest!
Hello, my name is Cody Benvidas, and I'm here against this permit. This is not a small project, this is a major project. This is why I'm asking you to deny the wastewater permit WQ00528900. I'm asking for a contested case hearing about the wastewater permit number WQ0005289000. There needs to be an environmental impact study for this proposed permit, as well as a cumulative impact study for all the planned desalination plants. I'm concerned about this plant's location. This plant will be located in Hillcrest, a historically black neighborhood that has been attacked repeatedly by industrial extraction. What kind of new additional pollution would this plant bring to the Hillcrest neighborhood? Why does the TCEQ think it's morally and ethically right to constantly be attempting to harm the people of Hillcrest just for the sake of industry profit? I'm concerned of the high salinity brine. I'm concerned of what it will do to the bay life. My family has fished in Corpus Christi for generations. I don't want to sacrifice our bay for companies who don't pay the same water rates and face the same drought restrictions as residents do, even though we're in stage 2 drought restrictions and looking ahead towards stage 3. Enough is enough. Hillcrest is not a sacrifice zone, and our bay is not a sacrifice zone. I'm demanding that y'all deny this permit.
Our next group will start with Jake Hernandez, who will be followed by Crystal Ibanez, Randy Palachek, and Beatrice Alvarado. Jake Hernandez.
I'm speaking today to express my opposition to the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant, also known as the Hillcrest Desalination Plant. My name is Jake Hernandez. I have lived in the coastal bend all my life. As someone who has been organizing in the community for the last year, I've spoken to many residents who share my following concerns. I'm concerned that the discharge from the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant will degrade our bay beyond fishable or swimmable quality. As a person who loves nature and the environment, it pains me to think of the degree that the harm that the city of Corpus Christi has already inflicted on our land. We cannot even trust the city to maintain our current water infrastructure, as reflected by our multiple water boils, bans, and violations of the Clean Air and Water Act. How are we supposed to trust them to maintain this newer, more complicated water infrastructure? We cannot. I disagree that dumping millions of gallons of brine from the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant into our bay system is necessary for the city's economic or social development.
1 minute.
On the contrary, I believe the Inner Harbor plant and its waste will impede the economic development of local businesses that rely on the bay's current water quality. Residents I have spoken to that live within 2 or 3 miles of the proposed facility have expressed many of these complaints to me about what it's like to live near this concentrated industry build-out, with those complaints ranging from hearing daily sirens from the refineries, suffering a deterioration in health, and the fear that the city is going to be gunning for their homes. In addition to the negative ecological impacts this waste will have on the Nueces and Corpus Christi bays, I believe the proposed location of the Inner Harbor desalination plant should be reconsidered. For all of you here who are still requesting this desalination plant as the city is undergoing an active civil rights lawsuit, you are disgusting, you are class traitors, you're sickening me, and you're downright.
Thank you. Crystal Ibanez, thank you. Thank you, C. Thank you. Crystal Ibanez.
Good evening. Thank you for being here with us tonight to provide the opportunity for community involvement in the permitting process. My name is Crystal Ibanez. I was born here in Corpus Christi and have lived here for more than a few decades, although I don't really want to say how many. I was taught to water ski at the lake. I spent time at the beach with my family as a kid, learned to crab on Oso Bay, and was taught to protect and respect the environment. I also went to Texas A&M Corpus Christi. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in environmental science. Yeah, I also have a master's degree in public administration with public safety focus. I've also worked for nearly 16 years in the water and wastewater industry. I hold a Class A water license and a Class A wastewater license as well. I tell you these things not to boast about my accomplishments, but to provide clarification about my unique position in this room. I love my state. I would never support destruction of the environment, and I would never stand for a water source that could not be utilized, treated, and discharged safely. As an individual with a vast understanding of the technology, treatment methods, and compliance with the Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, I support the design and plans for the Inner Harbor desal plant. This facility will help to ensure the coastal bend is one of the few regions that have a resilient source of drinking water and is protected from devastating effects of persistent drought conditions. As you listen to the public comments tonight, I urge you to separate fact from fiction and understand that much of the misinformation that has been distributed in opposition to the Inner Harbor desal project was done so by a small group of individuals who hope to use fear to gain support from others to serve their purpose. As both an environmentalist and an expert in the water and wastewater industry, I have thoroughly assessed the environmental discharge study, the planned discharge from diffusers to properly distribute brine back into the harbor, and the design requirements that will ensure sludge is properly managed and disposed of. The TCEQ agency philosophy includes accomplishing the mission to protect Texas by basing decisions on
That is time.
law.
Thank you. Order. All right. Let's have security in the room come forward, please. Just have a couple of folks on each side of the stage, please. Thank you. Up next is Randy Palachuk.
Hi, I have fished in these bays, these coastal bays, for over 60 years, and I'm proud to have said I've done that, and I will not want any of the bay to be harmed or our fisheries to be harmed in any way. I am in favor of a sustainable, long-term, and safe water supply for the region. I live in the region. The city has struggled for over the last 30 years to find an adequate water supply for the region, and I am in support of the permit that meets the state requirements and that the state resource agencies agree is protective. I do not think anyone here in this room wants the bay to be harmed in any way, especially the city who depends on it in such ways for its economic life. The current water supply is at 26 to 28% capacity. We know summer's coming and the drought's getting worse. Therefore, I think that anything that we can do to help in this situation would be beneficial. If the treatment plant, the single treatment plant has an issue, or the pipeline coming in has an issue, then this would be devastating and dire straits for the city. Therefore, I believe the desal plant could provide a redundant source of water supply and provide additional, especially during the droughts and can be built safely and operated safely.
Thank you. Up next is Beatrice Alvarado.
All right, I'm here to oppose the discharge permit for the Hillcrest desalination plant. I know the leaders of this agency are appointed by the governor. I expect you're here to rubber stamp this permit and call it a night, like so many others you've approved with no real consideration over how many of us are actually harmed by them. I've spoken to so many people who, despite being qualified, refuse to work where you work. Mostly they refuse to take any part in what you're doing here today. How does it feel to play such an essential role in killing our last standing historically Black neighborhood? I am trying to make you feel guilty. That's all I have right now. To somehow sway you to humanize us. I hope one day that what we say actually resonates. I hope one day you will act out of order. Hopefully you'll have to do it out of necessity like we're doing today. We can't afford the desalination plant that the city is cramming down our throats. We can't afford the water rates doubling by 2030. As a higher authority, you should be able to help us. I know it's a laughable matter, but you should be able to help us.
1 minute.
As the climate crisis worsens, it's going to be less and less possible to escape the fatal consequences of your decisions. We'll make sure of it. Today's demonstration brought tears to my eyes. It was beautiful to see how many of us have grown tired of your complicity with the worst polluters in the world. I bet you hate coming to these, having to face us, having to sit through all of the things we have to say, but I'm glad you have no choice. I urge you to deny this permit. This is not a small project, this is a major project. Complete an environmental impact statement, grant a contested case hearing to Hillcrest residents. At the very least, halt this process until a settlement is reached on the Title VI complaint against the city. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Lamont Taylor. He'll be followed by Erica Mahaffrey, Ale Cota, and Chloe Torres.
Again, my name is Lamont Taylor, and I want to stand in opposition to WQ triple lot 5289 triple lot. I am a resident, or I've been a resident of Hillcrest for 60 years. So I've seen all the devastation that the city of Corpus Christi has allowed industry to cause on my neighborhood. I have stage 4 cancer. I have stage 4 cancer, I can show it to you. So it's not nothing that you can't see. I'm living and breathing. The science is there. So I know the science. So we're talking about the humanity of it. I know you guys don't have to deal with the humanity.
1 minute.
I got to live with the humanity of it. I got grandkids and great-grandkids that got to live with the humanity of it. You're going to deal with the science because we're going to request a contested case here. We request that you qualify Hillcrest as a recipient of a contested case here, that we can be a part of that contested case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica Mahaffey, and I am speaking today as a young person concerned with the climate crisis. Many of the people here in Corpus Christi who profit off of fossil fuel money say that this desalination plant is for drought resiliency and that will provide for the people. However, this is simply not true. This desal plant is for profit and polluters, not for the people and not for our planet. Our city has promised 25 million gallons of water a day to Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, 5 million gallons of water a day to Steel Dynamics, 25 million gallons of water a day to an unknown industry. This desalination plant will be an open invitation for further fossil fuel corporations to not only come into our city, and continue to destroy it, but also
further the climate crisis, which in turn perpetuates cycles of drought that our city officials claim that they are worried about, even though we all know that this is a scapegoat for their true mission of wasting millions of taxpayer dollars to please destructive corporations. And desalination is extremely energy intensive. This will not only keep us stuck in this fossil fuel cycle, but negatively impact community members as water rates and utility rates will skyrocket. You all have the opportunity to cut this cycle by denying the permit. I'm also here to stand in solidarity with Hillcrest. We cannot address the climate crisis without addressing low-income and communities of color that bear the brunt of heavy fossil fuels industry's greed. As a community member here in Corpus Christi, I am asking you to deny the permit. Also, if you would like to be on your phone during this, I suggest that you turn off your flashlights to make it a little less obvious.
Ali Coda. No Ali? Chloe Torres.
Hello everyone, my name is Chloe Torres and I'm speaking first as the Coastal Bend Regional Coordinator for Texas Campaign for the Environment. TCE is a grassroots membership organization with over 30,000 members throughout the state, and we are dedicated to informing and mobilizing Texans to protect our health, communities, and the environment. We promote strict enforcement of anti-pollution laws designed to stop or clean up air, water, and waste pollution, including in the Corpus Christi Bay Area. We are also fighting the build-out of petrochemical facilities that have localized impacts as well as global climate impact. The proposed desalination facility would pollute the local community directly, especially the Hillcrest community, in its operations, and indirectly as a source of water for the fossil fuel industry. The last point I will make on behalf of TCE, the city's proposed facility satisfies the definition of a major source of pollution, and thus EPA must have an opportunity to review and object to the draft permit if it fails to comply with all applicable legal requirements. Thus far, neither the city nor TCEQ has disclosed whether the draft permit has been provided to the EPA. TCE urges TCEQ to do so if it has not done so already, and then once EPA responds, TCE urges TCEQ to provide another opportunity for public engagement so that the public is actually aware of EPA's response. And I'd like to speak as an individual. The city of Corpus Christi could spend all of this time that they are wasting on a false solution to hand more of our water over to heavy industry and instead invest in fixing our water infrastructure. EPA just released a mandate saying that cities must send in results testing for forever chemicals in our water. When will the city of Corpus Christi submit that water testing and actually invest in providing clean water to our city? We oppose this desal permit, and our love for our community is stronger than your love for profit, and it is because of that we are going to win water for people, not for polluters.
Our next group will start with Sage Jimenez. Will be followed by Melissa Zamora, Dale Swatala, and Randy McIntyre. Sage Jimenez. Sage Jimenez. Is Sage here?
You hear me good? My name is Sage Jimenez. I'm 14. I was raised in Corpus Christi, and Corpus is already bad enough with all these refineries and the dirty water that we have. And when I grow up, I don't want it to be worse. You know, when I grow up and have like a kid, I want to be able to catch fish and maybe actually eat it. And yeah, I mean, it's noticeable how much people don't want it and like very little do want it. And I'm only 14 and I already know that this doesn't even sound good. So that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, thank you. Melissa Zamora.
science teacher, one of my students wrote this, knowing that one was going to go this week and they couldn't come. I'm part of the Hillcrest community, and I'm not sure I agree with adding a desalination in the heart of Hillcrest. Think of how many people get sick by air pollution or paying water bills that we aren't even using and then getting sick. Not cool. I agree with adding a desalination, but not in Hillcrest, where there's a lot of homeless people and kids from the community. My suggestion would be to add a desalination out of Corpus Christi, somewhere like the refinery area. But thank you for listening to what I agree or disagree with. Okay, this is my comment. Water is sacred, water is life. We are sacred and deserve a healthy life. No longer should we separate ourselves from nature, our natural world, which provides and nurtures us. No longer should we put the wants and needs of crooked politicians and greedy corporations before our own. The residents of Corpus Christi do not want this, but have been denied the permit and denied to vote on this major project of the Hillcrest Ship Channel Bay Water Desalination. So I am here with many others to demand and pray that our waters remain safe from any other contamination, including toxic brine that is being requested by elected officials to be dumped by the millions back into the ship channel where it is going to be extracted again. This does not make any sense, as the bay itself is a shallow, pretty much closed off bay. Over-concentrating this water and putting it back with a high concentration of salt will detrimentally affect the quality of the water by reducing the available oxygen, like you've heard, to the sea life and further acidification. The water as a reaction of excess salt. So the large fish that come into the bays to have their young may not have a fighting chance. This will not only affect the bay, but the Gulf of Mexico.
Up next is Gail Swatala.
My name is Dale Swatala. I live in Hillcrest all my life. They want to put a desal plant within 1,500 feet of my house. I oppose this desal plant in Hillcrest. I'm against it because there's noise, smell, and killing of sea life from heavy salination in a fragile bay system. Damaging bay fishing and shrimping and resulting harm to tourism and related jobs lost. We are already under orders to release Lake Corpus Christi water into the bay when salinity gets to a certain point. And this desal plant will only generate 30 million gallons a day and can't be expanded. The refineries and extensions they plan will need more than that before this desal plant even opens. 90 million gallons a day will be processed to get those 30 million gallons. And when they take that 90 million gallons, the Gulf of Mexico sends another 90 million gallons into Corpus Christi Bay with its brine and salt. And so then the plant will dump its brine and salt back into the bay. How's that not going to double the brine and salt in our bay? Well, let me get to the main thing. The university at A&M Corpus Christi has studied it, and they say the water circulates 16 months to get around the bay. That's not enough circulation to open a plant like this. There's not enough circulation, and you've already approved a permit for Harbor Island.
That's time, thank you. Up next is Randy McIntyre. Order. Go ahead, Randy.
Hi, I'm Randy McIntyre. I've been a civil engineer here in Texas for 40 years. I have worked on water projects for 46 years. I'm a board certified environmental engineer for 24 years. I'm not paid by Texas Desal or anybody else. I happen to be in the area because I'm working with one of Corpus's neighbors on their water challenges. And that's why I'm here, and I thought this would be a good thing to come and see the citizens. I'm speaking on behalf of the permit. I've worked on other desals in other states. I think you've heard a couple of them tonight. I've also worked on brackish desal on groundwater here in Texas too. So I understand the technology. I'm very familiar with reverse osmosis. its barriers and how it will take care of some of those other forever chemicals that everybody is worried about and all the other concerns. With that being said, I also worked for the Trinity River Authority for many years, and I'm very much aware of the challenges we have in Texas for water supply. I support desalinization for that water supply in Texas. Well, I think we have built out all the lakes. The last two, I think, are probably being built right now or filling up. And desal is our next option for Texas for us to continue growth in Texas. So I support this career, support this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group will be Sandra Ascori, followed by Michael Paris, Patrick Nye, and then Gregory Smith. Sandra Ascori. Sandra, are you here? Michael Paris. Is Michael Paris here? Are you Michael?
My name is Michael Paris. I represent the San Patricio County Economic Development Corporation. I'm here tonight to support the desal discharge permit for the Inner Harbor. The community in San Patricio County and the business and industry in San Patricio County work hard to be good stewards of water that's provided by the city of Corpus Christi. Through that stewardship, you have business and industry that are being wise with their water, and you also have the citizenry that's being wise with their water. The Corpus Christi MSA is made up of San Patricio County, Nueces County, and Aransas County. Over the last 10 years, $62 billion have been invested here in business and industry, not retail and not construction, but business and industry. Of that $62 billion, $37 billion have gone to San Patricio County.
Hold on, stop, hold on, pause your time. Who was that? Come on, you were proud just a second ago. Who was that? Folks, listen. Again, everyone's entitled to their opinion. You'll have an opportunity to express your opinion. Use of vulgar language, making of threats, use of intimidation has no place here. If that's how you choose to behave, you'll be asked to leave. Or you have 53 seconds left.
Of that $62 billion, $37 billion have gone to San Patricio County for industrial development. I look around the room today, I see the clothes that we wear. I know that we came here by vehicles. I know that we have bags that are plastic. I know that we have this nice air conditioning at this moment. And I can tell you, it may not be directly from the business and industry of this area, but it does come from business industry like it. Your approval of this desal will bring some steadiness to the variance of water and groundwater that we have here, and that's important. And my one last comment is, if you have a bathtub full of water and you take 1 teaspoon out of that bathtub, you will see what the impact is to desal is to the breadth of this.
That's time. Thank you. Order. 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 We need to take a minute to create a new file on our recorder. So Jim, go ahead. When we come back, Patrick Nye, you'll be up. Hold on, Patrick. All right, Patrick Nye.
Okay, can we start right now? So I'm Patrick Nye. I have a unique perspective, born and raised here, and I support the Hillcrest Friends of ours. You know that a health study shows that the life expectancy is my exact age this year. Only 10 miles away, it's 85, so you can tell how old I am. I'm also a scientist. I have a geology and a zoology degree, and the science is wrong. I also want to point out that my family grew up here. My father was a community leader. He was the Chief Justice of the Court of Appeals. He knew what ethics was about, and Corpus Christi has lost it's ethics. It's amazing how poorly they are doing to try to sustain this city. Instead of thinking about the people, it's all about industry. And desal equals ammonia, and how bad is that going to be for us? I also want to say this is about humanity.
1 minute.
And the TCEQ has a mandate to pass this. We all know that. But I think what you have to do, instead of look for the ways that the permit works, actually think about humanity and the way that this permit doesn't work in this area. Is desal really right? Have they really looked at all the other answers, the other options? Where's the industry that is trying to preserve their wastewater and recycle that? Put the burden on the industries to create more water supply and not just give it to them. The other thing we have is groundwater. We have enough groundwater for all these citizens here. We don't need this industry. The industry is killing the bay, and over the 70 years I've seen the bay go way down, and it's continuing to go every day. So please consider humanity and do the right thing. Be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Gregory Smith. All right, so our next group will start with Leo Dalbeck, Araceli Helke, Madeline Chapman, and Eduardo Canales. So Leo.
Thank y'all for listening and being patient. I've lived here in Corpus most of my life in the coastal bend. The trip about this is all these issues of hyper-salinity and solids into the inner harbor is basically would be a moot point. If we pipelined it, I'm being redundant here, but if we would pipeline it out to the Gulf. We've got 4 other plants coming on. Are we going to have all this again with every other desalinization plant? I'm for desalinization. We've got to do it. There's no doubt about it. But pumping solids and hypersalinity fluids in the inner bay or anywhere in our bay is not the way to do it. I believe that it's an experiment in science.
One minute.
Okay. And also, it's a representation of the poor stewardship that the Corpus Christi City Council did with our other water rights. Okay? That's why we're in a crisis right now. And you know, Flint Hills has an easement all the way out to Ingleside. I guarantee you there are other economic viable, when you got five plants that could be joined together, just like a gathering system in the oil field. And that's basically what I want to tell y'all. I'm repeating myself. It just can't go in the bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Araceli Helke.
Hello, my name is Araceli Garcia Helke, and I have 3 generations here living in Corpus Christi, Texas. I care about my community and their future. Desalination is a bad idea. It's bad for our wallets, bad for our environment, and bad for our community. Not this safe. Another thing I want to tell about the people live by the refineries, I feel so sorry because they keep hitting them, moving there. They're going to be like, how are they going to live? Just around all the refineries, they've been sick. And I just want to be in peace and enjoy your life and enjoy your bay. No desalination.
Thank you. Madeline Chapman.
Oh my goodness.
is Madeline Chapman. I reside at 1617 Peabody Avenue in the Hillcrest neighborhood for 70 years. And yes, it is a neighborhood. I am confident that none of you would want a desal plant in your neighborhood. I am confident that the desal plant is for the benefit of industry, not the citizens of this city. When there are restrictions on the citizens but not industry, that should tell you something. I am confident that the citizens of our community will pay dearly, not industry. If you're so concerned about water, you need to stop wasting it with the leaks all over the city.
1 minute.
No more pollution, no more contamination, no more 18-wheelers destroying our streets, and don't destroy our waters. I say no to desal and that long number for whatever that permit is. Don't do that.
Eduardo Canales.
Good evening. The city, the mayor, the city council, and all went down to Austin and met with you guys on March 28th and sold you guys their version, their voodoo science that they have produced. All the answers that are unproven in terms of you dropping 50,000 gallons of salinity, of brine into the Gulf, into the bay, and you're saying that nothing's going to happen. That is, everything's going to be okay. Oops. There is no environmental impact study. You have heard it time and time again. Why does not the city support an environmental impact study and TCEQ? You should do the same before anything else should be done.
1 minute.
Speculation, it's nothing but speculation. The water's already been sold to the industry. I speak for human rights, for clean air, clean water, clean land. So what do you say? It's only Hillcrest? We've already degraded that community. You want to continue to do that? You need to speak and stop this environmental racism that has existed in this city forever. Say no, and you are the Commission for Environmental Quality. Protect our right to life, protect the healthy environment and human rights, clean water, air, and land. And I oppose this discharge, this wastewater discharge permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Sylvia Campos, will be followed by Nancy Hera, Liza Powers, and Shelley Bryan. Sylvia Campos.
Good evening. Let's see, what time is it? Great. When does it? Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. Good time. Sylvia Campos. I've lived here all my life. I'm indigenous. My family, I would come from a family of 13. All of us stayed here, not like some of the people that their sons and daughters have left. All of us have stayed here, and we continue to stay here. I'm a mother of 2 that are still living here, and I have 6 grandchildren, and I want them to thrive here. I'm also happen to be a city councilwoman for District 2. I actually represent the Bay Area. So this that we're looking at is affecting the people that I represent, but I also represent the heart of Corpus Christi, which is some of the older neighborhoods. So
1 minute.
I just want to say, if with the people that have been talking here, if it hasn't gotten to your soul, I can only say you better check it, because I was teared up. I don't know how much you can take of this. I know y'all look tired, and I'm sorry, but there's so much that we have to let out. We keep trying. I sit there in city council, and it's so sad because the people that are outside, we're supposed to be representing 500,000 ratepayers, but yet the people that are outside Corpus Christi, they only get 1 minute to come into city council, but yet they have no say on this almost $758 million project.
That's done. Thank you.
Horrible.
Up next is Nancy Vera.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Nancy Betta. I'm the proud president of the award-winning Corpus Christi American Federation of Teachers. Also, I'm regional director for the League of United Latin American Citizens here in the Coastal Bend, which represents 14 counties. And I am speaking against the desalination. As an educator for almost 38 years here in this area, I have worked in a school named Miller High School, which is right near here, near the downtown area. And I remember the sirens going off at the chemical plants and how we had to do lockdown. And I remember the terror in my students' faces. And I thought, how inhumane is that? And there was really no buffer zone except for the freeway. That's what they called the buffer zone back then. Well, I do know that in Hillcrest, the chemical plants did make a deal for a buffer zone there in the Hillcrest area.
1 minute.
I have worked in civil rights and human rights most of my life. And I think that what is being done without appropriate input is wrong, and it's inhumane. And I think that we, as leaders in this community, can do much, much better. And all of you at the state level can do better. So I hope that you will take everyone's comments into consideration so that we can have a better Corpus Christi and better ideas and positive outcomes as a result of all of these speeches. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you. Liza Powers.
Body of Christ.
Liza Powers.
Yes. Hi, I'm Dr. Liza Powers. I'm with the Bullard Center for Environmental and Climate Justice. The proposed Inner Harbor desal plant significantly threatens the local environment, public health, and social equity. I urge decision makers to reconsider their support for this costly and damaging endeavor. Desal poses a serious risk to local water supply. The facility would exacerbate an already dire situation. Residents are under stage 2 water restrictions, while industrial customers are exempt despite consuming 60 to 80% of the city's water supply. Additionally, the proposed plan would deepen our dependence on fossil fuels, further contributing to the climate crisis. The IPCC has issued urgent warnings about the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, yet this project would use an extraordinary amount of energy, resulting in pollution equivalent to tens of thousands of cars on the road. Additionally, the fresh water produced would largely go to industrial use, which further entrenches fossil fuel dependence on the local economy and energy grid. Furthermore, locating the desal plant in Hillcrest, a community already burdened with poor air quality and displacement, is deeply unjust. The historically Black and brown American community, with significantly lower household incomes and life expectancies than county, state, or national populations, deserves better than to be further sacrificed. My boss, Dr. Robert Bullard, father of environmental justice, has fought tirelessly for over 40 years against projects like this that disproportionately harm marginalized communities. His work highlights urgent need for decision makers to prioritize the well-being of all residents and pursue sustainable, equitable decisions. Refinery Row has carved up Hillcrest into a sacrifice zone. Sitting the desal facility in Hillcrest is yet another form of environmental racism.
That's time. Thank you. Shelley Ryan. Shelley Ryan. Our next group will start with Jennifer Bray. He'll be followed by Bob Hollison, Todd Hathaway, Michael Miller. Jennifer Bray.
Good evening. With all due respect, my name is Jennifer Bray for the record, and I'm here representing the Coastal Action Network. I would like, there have been so many falsehoods tonight, I would like to make some corrections for the record. I work for 7 different environmental advocacy groups. To say that we are this small group of people, a small group of angry people, is simply not the case. Before I did this work, I was a professional journalist, and one of the rules that we had is we knew that if a viewer of our newscast took the time to pick up the phone and call the news station and let us know they were upset about something, we could guesstimate that probably at least 20 people felt the same way, but didn't pick up the phone. These people here tonight didn't pick up the phone. They came. They have worked tirelessly to let it be known that this is a horrible idea. As part of my work, it has been my privilege to become friends with the fine people of the Hillcrest neighborhood. They deserve your respect. They do not deserve yet more environmental racism. One last observation. Mr. Molly, you are not a corporate advocate. You are a citizen advocate. I find it sort of disturbing that your colleague, who works for industry, has listened intently and politely to every single person opposed for the desal, in favor of the desal. I've been sitting on the front row all night. You have not given the people
Up next
that
is
same
Bob Hollison.
polite
It's
response.
time. Thank you. Bob Hollison.
Good evening, Bob Hollison. I live at 15226 Barataria Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm the Executive Director of Coastal Bend Industry Association, and I'm here to express support, strong support, on behalf of myself, the association, and its 21 member companies for approval of this permit. The drought of 2011 and 2013 taught us one thing: Corpus Christi has a huge vulnerability because the only supply of water is surface water, and that led to this latest 10-year effort to look at diversifying the water supply. It wasn't the first. We've been looking at desal for a long time, decades. And to be honest, we didn't start looking at desal when we undertook the effort back in 2012. But after this 10 years of review and analysis and engineering and science and data collection and modeling, this Inner Harbor location, seawater desal, is the best option to provide a drought-proof water supply component to the regional supply. We've been involved from the very beginning, and we've observed and reviewed the work that the city and Friesen Nickel has done. We're familiar with the process. We've read the reports. We're familiar with the interaction that's taken place between TCEQ and the city. We're confident in the method, and we support strongly the approval of this permit based on the strong work that's been done. So thank you.
Thank you. Folks, the evening is long. We still have a lot of folks left to give their comments for the record. Please do not interrupt when somebody is commenting. Give them the same respect and time that others have given you. Thank you. Up next is Todd Hathaway. Todd Hathaway? Michael Miller? Michael Miller? Our next group, we'll start with Omar Davis, David Loeb, Reverend Claudia Rush, Alexis Vaughn, Omar Davis, Omar Davis, David Loeb,
Thank you and welcome to Corpus Christi. Really appreciate you having us and taking the time to listen to all of us. And I want to thank Representative Guerrero for asking for it so everybody could be heard. My name is David Loeb. I'm a former city council member. I was on the council when we built Mary Roads Pipeline Phase 2. And I was also on the council when this project started. I'm a sixth generation Corpus Christian. My namesake is a man named David Hirsch, who the street out here that they renamed a portion of it, Port, is named after. When he first moved to Corpus Christi, I think there were about 150 people living here. In 1838, our water supply was cistern, and the drought contingency plan was a brackish well that was contaminated with sulfur in Artesian Park, our first city park. So we've come a long way. And the reason we built a pipeline and immediately started planning for the next supply is because our city manager at the time said you can have a city without a police department, you can have a city without a fire department, you can't have a city without water. And so this process has gone through 6 different city councils. It's not one city council one day deciding that they wanted to build a plan. There have been environmental studies. When I was here was when we first hired the company and started the study that looked at all the different possible sites and what the positive and negative environmental effects were. And over time, as each of these studies has been done, it's confirmed that this is a good site, and the science has confirmed that this is a safe environmental site. And so, if at any point one of those studies had said, this site won't work, and there isn't a solution for it, it would have switched to a different project. But it hasn't. And so I'd like to encourage you to support the permit.
That's time. Thank you. Up next is Claudia Rush. Next up is Claudia Rush.
I'm here to express my opposition to the Inner Harbor Desalination Plant. Permit number WQ 000-528-9000 to be discharged in the Nueces Bay. My name is Pastor Claudia M. Rush, and I live approximately 3 miles from the outfall of the proposed Inner Harbor Desalination Plant, which is in the Hillcrest neighborhood, where my church resides. I'm concerned that the quality of life is being destroyed in Corpus Christi by chemicals in the air from the refineries, fossil fuel hubs on the waters, the upcoming ammonia plant and desalination plant proposed near the homes of residents in Hillcrest. The Inner Harbor Desalination Plant is productive only for industry and not for human beings. The bay will be destroyed from dumping excessive amounts of brine that will impact the fish in the water and impede the people who love leisure fishing to be gone. I don't agree with the proposed location. Furthermore, the city of Corpus Christi is deceiving the community that the water is needed for the citizens of the city, when the final fact is that they've been doing their backdoor talking to people to get them to come here instead of looking at what the real need is for the residents. We have not heard the outcome of the Title VI complaint of the discrimination from the Hillcrest neighborhood, so why should this permit be granted?
That's time.
I read in Numbers 35.
Thank you. Up next is Alexis Vaughn. Alexis. So our next group, we'll start with Art Francis, will be followed by Jacqueline Sanchez, and then Jennifer Gracia, and then Jason Hale. Art Francis.
Good evening. I'm in opposition to the desal. And it's not because I'm against desalinization. I'm actually kind of for it. But if we're going to do it, why not do it smart? You know, we're dumping the brine into a bay that has really limited exchange. And I think your science and your modeling contradicts the established science that's out there. I think your modeling is based on bad science. If you look at some of the literature, some of the books that are out there, and I happen to bring one tonight, and it's by Professor David A. McKee, who is the probably preeminent scientist and professor at Texas A&M here, Corpus Christi, was instrumental in starting this school. And read his book. His book is about fishes, but it's mostly about the bay. Now the bays don't enjoy diurnal tides. We all know that. The wind has more impact to the tide in the exchanges than the moon does. So if you don't, I mean, there's months in there that we get no exchange because of the tide. So you're just going to keep piling, you know, more and more salinity up. The salinity impacts, you know, we already have a bay that has a higher than normal salinity, and then that's why it's such a natural breeding ground for our younger fish. So if you destroy that, you destroy everything. So why not do it smart? That's all I'm asking. If we're going to do desal, let's at least
That's
be
time.
smart
Thank you.
about it.
Up next is Jacqueline Sanchez. Jacqueline Sanchez. Jennifer Gracia.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jennifer Gracia. I am up here to oppose the permit for the desal plant. If you remember anything tonight, I want you to remember the name Adam Carrington. Adam Carrington, Pastor Adam Carrington, who was the leader at the Brooks AME Chapel, now led by Pastor Rush. He was a fighter, and he helped to educate the community. I'm saying that as someone who was educated by him while working the voting polls at the church, maybe back 2016. He's no longer with us. Spirit's still here. I don't live in Hillcrest, but I do work near the area in a senior apartment homes. I do providing nighttime for residents there that need help with any machines or anything. I help. But I also do advocacy with the state and Washington, D.C. There are some real a-holes in Washington, D.C., but guess what? I've convinced them to jump on board with different agendas that I've had to represent. So I hope that you guys, I don't think y'all are a-holes. I think y'all are smarter than that, and I think you'll jump on the no desal bandwagon. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Hale.
Hi, my name is Jason Hale. I live at 4421 Hamlin Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I oppose issuing this permit TPDES number WQ000528900 because it is not based on sound science. My first problem with this permit is that no one has demonstrated whether there is adequate circulation to prevent the brine concentrate from building up in the inner harbor in the Corpus Christi Bay. This is an issue because the discharge for the Inner Harbor plant is in a small, contained area where there isn't enough flushing for such a large volume of concentrate. The brine is going to settle as a heavy layer on the bottom of the shipping channel where it's going to, 1, deprive bottom living organisms of oxygen, and 2, it's going to accumulate because it will be isolated from the wind and wave mixing energy near the surface. So far, no one has modeled where the effluent will go once it leaves the mixing zones, and that's concerning. The worst of these, so far, my second problem with this permit is that the city is overestimating the amount of dilution that will occur by using improbable assumptions in their near-field mixing analysis. The worst of these assumptions is that out of all of the millions of gallons of water that leave the Inner Harbor on one tide, none of it comes back on the next tide. Not only is this false, but it also demonstrates a lack of understanding of basic hydrology. In conclusion, issuing this permit as is will lead to an unacceptable increase in salinity gradients in different sections of the Inner Harbor and Corpus Christi Bay, where the concentration of brine will be toxic to aquatic life. The City of Corpus Christi and the TCEQ need to re-examine their analysis of this project and to conduct a full environment impact statement before issuing this permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Corey May. He'll be followed by Bruce Swatala.
Good evening. My name is Corinne, and I'm a law student at the University of Texas. I'm also in the environmental clinic, and I contributed to the comments opposing the wastewater discharge permit. I'm deeply concerned about the city's environmentally racist plans to build this invasive and toxic desal plant in the historically black Hillcrest neighborhood. There are countless reasons this permit should be denied, but I'm only going to mention 2 of them. First, the brine discharge that this plant is going to pump into the Inner Harbor is going to harm Hillcrest residents who have standing in this matter. Specifically, scientific studies have shown that increases in salinity also increase the risk for red tide, which has a historic record in the Inner Harbor. Red tides have detrimental health effects for anyone living within close proximity to algal blooms, including Hillcrest residents like Carrie Meyer, TJ Rogers, Renoir, Lamarcus Mox, and Daniel Pena. Even the desal plant itself can't operate during red tides because the algae clogs the filtration systems. The second reason the Commission should deny this permit is for the simple reason that the City of Corpus Christi has failed to complete basic requirements for the permit. Specifically, numerous salinity plume far field models are missing from the city's application. These models are necessary to evaluate the potential outcomes of how the brine discharge will settle in the Inner Harbor and within the greater Corpus Christi Bay. Without these required models, moving forward with approval is irresponsible and an informed decision is not even possible. The Commission should grant the Hillcrest Residents Association a request for a contested case hearing and deny the wastewater discharge permit to avoid further harm to the community in the Bay system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Bruce Swatala.
Bruce Swatala. I demand the denial of discharge permit WQ 000528900000000, which will pollute my neighborhood by air quality, smell, toxicity, traffic, noise, and allergies. I live 1,500 feet from proposed polluting industry. I've been exposed all my life to releases of benzene and other chemicals from next door Oasis Bay Boulevard refineries. I am diagnosed with migraines and just had a 4th melanoma skin excision from my arms last week. Further, water flows, if you can call it that, at a snail's pace, ½ centimeter per second in this port. A wise choice would be the sustainable Port Aransas Harbor Island, location for which you've already given a permit. Water there actually flows. Harbor Island can produce our needs now and in the future, as Governor Abbott said October 2022. I foresee the Nueces County population doubling in 10 to 15 years. I hope that doesn't double. If the area doesn't agree on a desal plant, then Texas will do that for them. Harbor Island can be built large enough the first time. Have pipes along the 80-foot deep waterway, not bother the beaches, and pipe the brine into the churning Gulf of Mexico waters. If you approve the stagnant, financially wasteful inner harbor permit, you need to shred your credentials as professionals and say goodbye to your ethics. Thank you, and God bless the TCEQ and the Army Corps of Engineers.
Thank you. Up next is James Perkins.
What's up? You've been listening to all these educated people talk about it. I'm just a regular citizen in Corpus Christi. I can't drink my tap water. It tastes like chlorine. It turned my armpit hair red, y'all. I am a fucking, I'm sorry. Strike that from the record, I guess. But it turned my armpit hair red. I can't drink that tap water. My grandmother can't drink that tap water. My great-grandmother is the one who moved here from Mexico. I'm from a family of immigrants. But you're hurting white people, too. It's not just black people. It's not just the Hillcrest residents. You're hurting Corpus Christi. The people who put you in charge. This hurts me. This hurts my family. I know y'all ain't from here. I know that's not tap water. I know that's not tap water. And I know none of that is tap water. This is my city. How much more angry do we gotta be for you to hear us? How much more loud do we gotta be for you to hear us? I can't live here my whole life. If y'all aren't gonna make it livable, this desal plant is gonna hurt all of us. Not just us, the poor who can't afford the double water bills. It's gonna hurt you too. Because what am I supposed to do here, man? I ain't even got a car. Hey, can someone give me a ride home, by the way? Just throw that out there. I ain't even got a car. I can't survive this city. I love my city. I love my family. I got nieces and nephews here. My grandparents live here. My parents live here. They came from Houston too. What am I supposed to do? Science, I ain't got it, right? And all of y'all look bored as hell up there, by the way, when we're sitting here pleading for y'all to save us.
James, focus your comments on the application, please.
I ain't know nothing about it. I'm here to make a public comment to say, pay attention to the citizens, because I don't know what's going on, but all these educated people who are fighting for me, I don't know this stuff. They do. Listen to them. Why are you listening to these people? Why are you listening to money? I ain't got money. What am I supposed to do about it? Die here? In what, 50, not even 10 years? I'm 25, that means in 50 years. How are we supposed to get that water?
Up next is
Good evening, my name is Erin Gaines. I'm an attorney representing Hillcrest Residents Association, and you've heard from many of the members here tonight directly. We submitted extensive comments today. I hope you read them very carefully, including the attached Title VI complaint that several have referenced. Tonight, in my limited time, I will focus on the deficiencies in the water modeling and salinity in the city's application. We heard a lot in the question and answer session from TCEQ about the extensive modeling that was done and the salinity impacts. What TCEQ and the city did not state is that the limited modeling that was done by the city only addresses the near field, the closest areas to this discharge. What TCEQ and the city did not state is that their own limited modeling shows a high salinity density gradient, or a plume, would form. It does not show that it would mix in the near field, and that the high salinity water would not be mixed evenly. The city did no far field modeling, despite its own near field modeling showing this high salinity density gradient. This 3D modeling is needed, and we have two expert reports attached to our comments by Dr. Scott Sokolowski and Dr. Ben Hodges. I'd like to read from Ben Hodges' report. He says, the best state of the science indicates that the proposed desalination outfall will create a persistent vertical salinity gradient in both the Inner Harbor and the Corpus Christi Bay ship channel. This vertical salinity gradient will inhibit replenishment of dissolved oxygen to the bottom waters, creating a hypoxic, low oxygen dead zone along the bottom of the inner harbor and ship channel, and possibly in Nueces Bay. Someone asked
Thank you.
TCEQ.
Our next group will start with Renoir Knox, Chuck Anderson, Christy Stockman, and John Purcell. So Renoir Knox. Chuck Anderson.
My name is Chuck Anderson. I work for a company called CQ Foods and Seafood Analytics. We do bioimpedance analysis on fish to measure the health of animals in aquaculture as well as in the wild. We work with NOAA to measure the health of up-migrating salmon in the Yukon River and other projects. I can tell you that high salinity can be a real problem for fish. I support the Sierra Club and CCA in their call to deny this permit. The studies to date are inadequate and poor modeling. The Freeze and Nichols white paper says that Corpus Christi Bay has been 32 parts per thousand since 1987, which is not true. It's been continually getting more salinity, more saline as the years have gone on. Also, that white paper has no citations whatsoever. Pretty poor work. The Hart research study from 2021 talks about the salinity is getting worse. So the perfect salinity in Nueces Bay for maximum biodiversity is 13 parts per thousand. You're saying we're now 32 parts per thousand. I'm going to go up from there.
1 minute.
North Corpus Christi Bay is 22 parts per thousand. South Corpus Christi Bay is 24 parts per thousand. So that's what you really want for the perfect biodiversity in our bay. So it's getting worse. So Corpus Christi Bay, we've already lost our tarpon. We've already lost our alligator gar, and the oysters are declining, mostly because of high salinity. The oysters are dying not because of the salinity, because they can tolerate 39 to 44 parts per thousand per year study. But they get killed by something called an oyster drill, which in high salinities will kill the oysters. So there's a lot of different things going on. All we have to do is look at Baffin Bay, which is now a hypersaline solution, and they're having issues such as algae blooms, fish kills, and starving black drum. I can personally attest what that looks like. I worked at Groomer Seafood for a couple of years, and I could tell when I cut those fish if they came from Baffin Bay or they came from Nueces Bay. The fish from Baffin Bay were thin and starving, and they were hard to cut. The ones from from Nueces Bay were fat and beautiful. The ones from Baffin Bay were tough. So that's where we're headed.
That's time. Thank you. Up next is Christy Stockman. John Purcell.
My name is John Purcell. I've lived here for approximately 12 years, and the biggest shock to me moving here is how all of our so-called public officials openly, and I mean openly, work for industry against the public interest. And it's blatant, it's in your face, there's no bones about it. The root cause of this problem we're facing today is not our periodic droughts. Periodic droughts probably affect lake levels by approximately 20%. The other 80% of reduction in our water levels in our lakes is entirely due to industry being allowed to suck our lakes dry. Industry caused the problem. Cracking down on industry will fix the problem. This is not going to be for the public water supply at all, so stop lying to the public.
Our next group will start with Lisa Boatman, will be followed by Jose Cruz, Zora Dinahan, and Isabella Raza. Lisa Boatman.
Hello, my name is Lisa Boatman. My family moved to Portland in 1984. I'm an avid kayaker, fisherman. I swim on the beaches, and I take environmental stewardship and clean water very seriously. I also work as a water wastewater engineer here in the state of Texas. And in my profession, I have I travel around quite a bit, and one of the common themes that I hear all the time in our communities is issues with water supply. I am speaking out in favor of the desal plant. And water supply and diversification is not a luxury. It's absolutely a necessity. You can talk to people in Wichita Falls or El Paso.
1 minute.
I would also like to say I'm in favor of the plant due to redundancy of treatment operations. This is absolutely critical for human health. It's critical for emergency operations, quality of life, and for the community. The community is also industry. Industry and community are the same. People need jobs.
Order.
It's very challenging to maintain treatment plants when you have no redundancy. For anyone who wants to know about treatment operations or the process through TCEQ and permitting, I encourage you to go to their website. It is all laid out in documents on how this works and everything that you need to do as an applicant in order to receive one of these permits.
Thank you. Up next is Jose Cruz.
Good evening. 37. Wow, I'd be asleep right now. But I'm up here in favor of desalinization. Right now, it's we just don't have a feasible design with this with just one source of water supply. We need that secondary source. Some of these people in here would be upset if that one source failed, and they would be questioning the very people that are up here right now. So let's do this thing. Let's get desalinization going, and let's stop depending on these lakes that other communities as well depend on. And let's get it going. Let's get it passed. And I thank y'all very much for your time. Thank y'all for coming, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Folks, I've asked and I've asked. From this point forward, anyone who interrupts while someone's commenting, I'm going to ask security to have them removed. Thank you. Up next is Zora Dinahan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Zora Genoa. I am an attorney here representing the Hillcrest Residents Association. Thank you. I ask you to deny this permit, first on the basis that it would be overly burdensome on that community that is already facing discriminatory impacts from industry, and secondly because it's clear, as my colleague Aaron Gaines mentioned, that it's going to degrade the water quality both in the Inner Harbor and in the Bay. Now, also notably, y'all need to wait for the Title VI complaint to finish and reach a conclusion, because both the DOJ and the Department of Housing and Urban Development are actively investigating the city right now for its discriminatory citing of this facility in the Hillcrest community. And despite Mr. Peter Zanoni's statements in a public meeting recently, to the contrary, this investigation is still active. Now, the anti-degradation review contained in this application was very clearly deficient. There are two requirements for anti-degradation policy. It must be sufficient to protect existing uses. The water quality must be maintained to level sufficient or to protect those uses. Here, those are aquatic-like use and non-contact recreation. And that's just for the Inner Harbor segment. And then it also, if it's going to cause more than a de minimis degradation of that water quality or lowering of that water quality, the applicant must establish that the degradation is necessary for an important economic or social development, and that just wasn't shown here. First of all, if the city attempted to show that, it could not, because as so many people have told you tonight, this is for industry. The city in 2015, along with industrial stakeholders, actually commissioned a study, and the study was about developing desalination to ensure, quote, to ensure service continuity to industrial customers, unquote. Now, that study noted that the Inner Harbor location was the preferred location of industrial stakeholders. It is very coincidental that this is the location that the city has settled on to satisfy these industrial stakeholders.
That's time. Thank you.
My name is Isabel Raiza. I'm a co-founder of For the Greater Good, part of the people that organized us coming in here. I'm here to ask you to deny the permit WQ 000-5289000. I didn't get a chance to actually prepare comments, so because I was busy working on that. But I do want to say a couple of things in terms of how this permit application happened, because I think it's really problematic. When the city first submitted their application, it was only 75 pages long. And then when they said that they got the draft permit, they kind of waffled, and it made it sound like they had already posted the draft permit. So I actually called City Council asking where it was published, and then they said that they didn't have it, and they just extended it to like March 27th. And Zanoni made it sound like they had less than 30 days. The other thing that happened is I found out just by luck that the application was no longer 75 pages, it was now 238. And they never mentioned anything about that. They also did not put in the chemicals that are going to be used in the processing, so there's stuff that's really problematic around that. Also, just kind of in general, in order to have a healthy democracy, you need to have transparency. You need to follow processes, and I'm really concerned that this is the first plant, and the application process was so sloppy and mediocre, and it showed disrespect for the community and for the process, that if we don't hold them to a standard that should be met with all of the applications, then what does this mean for the subsequent 4? And I'm super worried about that, because that we have to live with it. I also want to say that we're going to contact EPA. We're not going away. We recognize that this is kind of performative, but really it's also an exercise of people power, right? We're building our civic engagement. You can't stop us. The movement's building. We will win.
Order. Up next is Leah Ariza Ortiz. Will be followed by Don Osborne, Peggy Duran, and Stephen McCluskey. Leah.
My name is Leah Ariza Ortiz. I am 15 years old. I'm here against the desal permit because of the bay waste it'll put right back in our home. But first, I would like to address an earlier commenter who talked about how waste would not hurt our bay. Well, what does your Class A license say about the 48 million gallons of brine and 6.5 million gallons of processed sludge that we put back into our bay? Everyone up here is making decisions that will affect my generation. Growing up, children and teenagers are told to trust adults, that they will guide and protect us. How am I being protected if our elected council and people in control of our water are so busy protecting an industry that they forget about us, the future of Corpus? Industry is taking up 80% of our water, so why citizens are paying the price? If Corpus needs water, reduce the amount of it industry is given.
Up next is Don Osborne.
I spoke already, so go ahead.
Peggy Duran.
Good evening. My name is Margaret or Peggy Duran, and I'm here to oppose the desalination permit, this desalination permit, because it will increase greenhouse gas emissions, worsen climate change. We're living in an age where I may be 75 years old, but I'm listening to these kids, and they deserve better. The brine that this discharge will create dead zones in our bay and contaminate it even further. Desalination plants are costly to operate, require enormous amounts of energy, are difficult to manage in an environmentally friendly way, and this is according to water policy experts. This isn't me. These are people who study this. The Inner Harbor idea, the Hillcrest neighborhood, everyone's talking about it. What an awful location. First of all, the overburden. population there already. Second, the water in the inner harbor. It's just common sense. That's going to make a mess with your filters. I mean, they're going to break down. They're going to have to be redone regularly because you're pulling in really dirty, sludgy water to begin with. Most of this water will be going to industry, which already pays less for its water than the residents. The $757 million loan is going to fall mainly on the citizens, which simply is not fair considering these petrochemical facilities are among the richest in the world. Come on, make them pay their fair share. The unintended consequences of dead zones being found around the world near the discharge area of desalination plants should be a warning that we heed as we try to reduce our consumption and recycle the good water we do have.
Next time. Thank you. Up next is Stephen McCluskey. Stephen McCluskey.
Good evening. My name is Stephen McCluskey. I'm a law student at the University of Texas. I'm with our environmental clinic, and I'm here to represent the Hillcrest Residents Association regarding the discharge permit tonight. So as it relates to enjoying time on the water and fishing, Corpus Christi reminds me of my hometown in rural Georgia, where fishing isn't a hobby, but a cornerstone of our community and our local economy. Indeed, Texas recognizes that fishing is more than a hobby. The right to fish is explicit in our Texas Constitution, so actions that hinder Texans' ability to fish violates this right. Regarding the Corpus Christi desalination site, experts state that the discharge will lead to areas called dead zones, or areas void of life because of high salt content and non-existent oxygen content. The consequences could be disastrous ecologically and economically. Discharge could kill or deter the fish we catch. It can kill the food that those fish live on, and most importantly, if discharge harms the fish, it infringes on all of our rights. As Texans living near and using the water, the Hillcrest residents have a distinct interest in desalination. The proposed desalination discharge is alarmingly close to fishing areas vital to their community, areas where T.J. Rogers, Daniel Pena, and LaMarcus Knox regularly fish for fun with their families and for food. These residents of the broader community are rightfully concerned about the harmful impacts the discharge could have on Texas water and their way of life. A way of life that Texas Constitution intends to protect, a way of life where Texans can sustainably recreate on the water with their families. For these reasons, the Hillcrest residents deserve a contested case hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Eric Allman, will be followed by Marissa Perales, Mike Pusley, and April Lunar. Eric Allman.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Eric Coleman here on behalf of the Ingleside on the Bay Coastal Watch Association. We're here in support of Hillcrest Residents Association and in opposition to this permit. This permit should be denied, first due to the nature of the community, which has historically been overburdened, and you should consider the environmental justice impacts of this permit. Furthermore, the modeling associated with this permit does show that there will be a hypersaline plume which forms will move downstream, creating low oxygen circumstances that will kill the wildlife that is now present there. Furthermore, this permit is required to be submitted to the EPA for two reasons. First, the EPA letter rescinding its waiver of these does apply to this application. EPA oversight continues to apply as these applications are being processed. And as I'm sure EPA will tell you, this permit is subject to their review, and you have not provided that to them yet.
1 minute.
And furthermore, this is a major facility. If you would complete the worksheet on major versus minor facilities correctly, recognizing that this is a wastewater process discharge, it demonstrates this is a major facility. So regardless of whether that rescission letter applies to this application or not, it is TCEQ's duty to submit this to the EPA, subject to EPA review. And I'm sure EPA would have many of the same objections to this as it had to the Harbor Island facility. And so we would ask that you deny this permit application and consider the concerns expressed here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Marissa Perales.
My name is Marisa Perales. I'm with the law firm of Perales, Alman & Ice. We're based in Austin, and I'm here on behalf of the Hillcrest Residents Association. I've submitted written comments along with my colleagues, and so tonight I'd like to focus on just a couple of issues with my oral comments. TCEQ must fulfill its responsibility and apply an environmental justice lens in evaluating this permit at this location. I know it's tempting to say that you don't have the expertise or the tools to do so. That's okay. The folks in this room have the requisite expertise, and you've heard from them an egregious set of facts that tell a clear story. Hillcrest is an overburdened community. This is a residential community with beautiful people and beautiful families that has been targeted with more than its fair share of industrial polluting facilities. This is an example of environmental racism. Don't be complicit in this, TCEQ. We know that staff was not provided with all of the modeling by the city. Your staff admitted this. Why would staff accept representations without verifying them with appropriate modeling? We know there are no salinity limits in this permit, and we also know that other desalination permits have salinity limits. Why not here? There's no far-field modeling, yet the city's core mix modeling shows a dense salinity plume near the discharge. Yet staff still has not required far-field modeling. Why isn't it important to know what happens with that salinity plume? Why isn't it important to know what the impacts of that salinity plume are on aquatic life? Is it because of the location of this facility? This proposed plant requires TCEQ to be more diligent, to take a hard look and to really scrutinize what's being proposed here. So far, TCEQ has failed in doing this.
It's time. Thank you.
Return
Up
the
next
application,
is Mike
don't be
Hussler.
complicit.
Hussler. Abrel Lunar.
Hi, my name is Abril Lunar. I am a concerned resident here in Corpus Christi, and also I am an environmental chemistry student at the master's level. I want to point out the lack of research and thought behind the diesel plants here in Corpus Christi. It has been well documented that desalination negatively impacts microbiodiversity, bacterial abundance, and activity. The studies specifically show that there's mainly organic matter cycling, and this goes contradicting what we were told with the city of Corpus Christi and how the diesel plant was going to actually decrease organic matter. That is not true. Here in Corpus Christi Bay, we already deal with a lot of nutrient pollution. The diesel plant will be disrupting the nutrient cycling within the bay. As we all know, it raises concerns for eutrophication, hypoxia, increased harmful algal blooms, and loss of biodiversity. Moreover, there's concern for the thermal pollution associated with the brine discharge that is well documented that it decreases species richness. These are just a couple of concerns of the dust associated with desalination. Based on the answers given here in this panel, it has been established that the people in charge of this permit are not qualified or have not put the thought and understanding behind making this decision. The studies presented today are in other places that have offshore brine discharge, which is not the case here for Corpus Christi. And by the way, a lot of this do not work. They're working intermittently, so they're not really working. Diesel will not work here, especially with the plants that we have here. More research has to be completed in order to even entertain the idea of this permit. The only people who are in favor of this are people who only care about their pockets or people who are not being given the right information to be able to make a decision. Thank you for your time.
Our next group, Alex Balderas, David Kozowski, Barbara Canales, and Connor Rice. Alex. Alex Balderas? Okay.
My name is Alex Balderas. I'm 57 years young. Upon graduation here in Corpus Christi, Texas, I joined the United States Air Force, came back, and now I'm a 31-year firefighter medic, retired. I'd like to thank the city of Corpus Christi, city staff, and city council who voted the affirmative to get us where we are now. The city of Corpus Christi requires and needs safe, secure, drought-free, affordable water. We need it, we need it, we need it. Despite our differences.
Hang on, pause, stop your time. Security, if you wouldn't mind, escort this young lady right here from the room. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you. You have a minute 28. Go ahead.
I don't understand all of our differences and all the legal jargon, but I do know what the common denominator is. Water, water, water. Thank you.
Thank you. David Kozowski. David Kozowski. Order. Easy. Order. I did not hear what he said. Order. All right. Order. Security. If you wouldn't mind, just address that gentleman that just sat down in the back. David Kozowski. David Kozowski. Barbara Canales.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Canales. I'm the former Nueces County Judge. I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas, and this is my home. I previously served on the Board of Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, and I'm very concerned about the adverse impact that the city's proposed Inner Harbor discharge permit will have on marine life in the Corpus Christi Bay. Granting the city's draft permit would certainly be premature at this point. I'm certain that the city's operation of its proposed desalination facility at the Inner Harbor will cause a hypersaline accumulation that will adversely impact marine life. These are informed opinions based upon known scientific information and the public record. To prepare for this evening, I have reviewed all relevant public testimony in all of the contested case hearings for the Harbor Island desal permit, where Corpus Christi Bay and the Inner Harbor are mentioned, to prepare these written comments. The truth is, I've already uploaded written comments with backup exhibits, and so much of what has already been said are echoed in some of my prepared oral comments for tonight. The thing that stands out to me the most is what you have heard over and over again, but I want to make sure that you have some context. When you live in Nueces County, where you live determines your health outcome, unfortunately, and it also determines how long you live. And that source is from THI, Texas Health Institute, which is a nonpartisan public health institute of Texas. It's also made a part of my record, and I urge you to read it because it validates the emotion in real data that helps drive decisions. The last thing I want to say is there's been so much talk about the limitation to salinity not being a part of this permit. That is huge. One thing I have not heard tonight is that monitoring is also not part of this permit. For that reason, I urge you to deny, or in the alternative, please take this to a contested case hearing. It merits it. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor Rice. Connor Rice. Connor Rice.
I must express my opposition to this desalination permit in its current form as it appears hastily assembled, evidenced by several glaring oversights in the application that cannot be overlooked. One, the specific location of the Inner Harbor Hillcrest community site fails to have adequate water exchange. At this specific site, we see exchange of water every 1.4 years, and this was confirmed by Dr. Larry McKinney in sworn testimony. Two, according to the city of Corpus Christi, tidal current is 0.0057 meters per second. This means the dispersion will be 68 feet in an hour. This velocity is tantamount to no dispersion at all. Info contained in this Corpus Christi Technical Memorandum report on their own website. Three, Corpus Christi Polymers holds a permit currently for discharge of brine. and this fact has not been factored in the city's permit with regards to accumulation. No far-field modeling conducted to take MCC polymers into consideration. 4, City of Corpus Christi has no far-field modeling. The EPA model uses environmental fluid dynamics code to indicate effect of brine accumulation, and this is best practice. And before any permit is granted, this modeling should be presented. Technical report is void of either SUTAN's or the EFDC modeling, which is alarming. 5, in contrast, according to the public documents, Port of Corpus Christi Authority has conducted far-field modeling in connection with their permitting process for the TCEQ permits. They should reveal their data and modeling so that the information regarding the effects of accumulation in the Inner Harbor Plan can be seen and evaluated by the decision makers and our general public. 6, most importantly, the city permit has no limitation on salinity accumulation for Corpus Christi Bay. This is not best practices for seawater desalination facilities. This permit is premature because this calculation has simply not been determined. So each of these key points, with the backing of the exhibits which have already been submitted online through this written comment, or through my written comment, and for these reasons listed, I submitted a contested case hearing and oppose this permit as written. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so our next group, we'll start with Heather Shields, will be followed by Stephanie Guerrero Sines, Trina Garcia, Jeremy Coleman, and then Henry Williams. So we have a Heather Shields. Heather Shields. Stephanie Guerrero Sines. Stephanie? Trina Garcia. You're Stephanie? Okay.
My name is Stephanie Guerrero Sines, and I am here to ask you to deny this permit. I was born in Corpus Christi in 1971, and I have lived in the 78415 zip code my entire life, with just the bay minutes away from my home. And I'm here on behalf of my family, my friends, and community that fish the bay for sustenance. As a child, I was taught to fish. I didn't particularly like putting live shrimp on a hook, but it was a skill that my father believed I needed to learn. Fishing on our bay is definitely part of our culture. It's recreational, yes, but for many who live in Nueces County, it is how we have access to food, especially when times get tough. And this desalination plant going up in Hillcrest, it would be the first of its kind. But our city leaders are willing to experiment with this ecosystem in our bay because they have overpromised on the amount of water that we can safely provide industry. And it just doesn't make sense to me because growing up here, we have been told over and over again that we have to do fresh water releases all the time to keep the balance in our ecosystem, in our bay. You know, I'm looking at a news article right now explaining the city is part of an agreed order with the TCEQ. It just doesn't make sense that the TCEQ would want us to maintain this balance in our bay on, you know, and we have to do these fresh water releases, but then on the other hand, it would be willing to add salt to the bay. We just don't get it. We just don't get it. It's not commonsensical. Thank you.
Thank you. Trina Garcia.
My name is Trina Garcia. I didn't plan on speaking, but I became passionate and these young men and women gave me a great example of what the future is. And I could not sit down and not say anything. I'm a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother that we all live in the vicinity of where this plant is they were wanting to place it. And I can't believe, in all honesty, that the city didn't take that into account, but the lives that it was going to affect, the health that it was going to affect. I can't believe that in good conscience, there was no other plan in place, no plan B, no environmental surveys, no nothing. Because because I know that the people that represent us in the city, or we would think, have the common sense that, you know what, let's look into other options, because there's always other options.
1 minute.
I know that we come here today to be heard. We would hope and pray that the time that we took to come here, that you would consider our comments and our thoughts. You've had educated people, you've had young men and women here talking from their heart. All we ask is that you really pay attention and that you really put your hearts and minds. Would you like that plant behind your home, behind your mother's home or grandmother's home? Think about it, because the effects are gonna be detrimental. And there's no taking it back, because you know what? We've never done it. And so we really need for this to be, and I agree with Barbara Canales, you know what? We need to do more. We need the city to just put this aside for now.
That's time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Coleman. Jeremy Coleman.
Jeremy Coleman, NAACP for South Texas. Back in 2002, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, in a national convention, reactivated a 1993 health policy, which is quite disturbing. I'm here specifically, and I'm going to read this to you. And I was sitting there with our team just listening to the different backgrounds and different age groups, specifically saying one thing: building this in a historical Black neighborhood. And I have shared this with the city, and I have publicly said this, and I'm going to say it again. If there's 21 other locations that you can build this plant, you need to utilize one of the other 21 locations. Someone spoke about the buffer zone that happened years ago when there was an explosion out there with Citgo, and they're building that in the buffer zone. So I'm listening to the facts that a lot of people have said here, and I'm really hoping that you all are taking note. But let me state this: the principles of civil rights law and the equal protection guarantee all people the right to live in a safe and healthy environment, specifically African Americans who have been the target of neighborhoods that have been neglected, blighted, and unequally overburdened with the adverse environmental conditions. This is from 2002. 2 years ago, they added to the resolution and stated that environmental injustice was the main cause of many of the African American neighborhoods in the United States, which in addition was planning, zoning decisions made by local government that served and discriminated against racially situations, specifically in the African American neighborhoods.
That's your time, sir. Thank you. Up next is Henry Williams. Thank you.
Mr. Williams. I'm going to finish this last sentence, sir.
Please do.
Okay. In 1993, because of the issues that were affecting African American neighborhoods, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People pushed out the issue and the policies and programs that recognize environmental justice and the lack of transparency from major and local government entities to communicate effectively with those neighborhoods being affected. And what I have heard from the beginning of the time when this started in 2017,
we got other people waiting as well.
This
Henry Williams
issue
is up next.
needed to be resolved by informing those Black African American communities there.
Sir, your time is up.
I understand that,
Thank
sir.
you.
But you know, when I came in this room, I asked these people right here before this gentleman came, I said, who is the moderator?
That's me.
Okay. Each one of them politely and respectfully identified you. When I went to shake your hand, I found it a little bit disrespectful.
I
I
was
just want to
very
let you
busy
know,
before we started.
I understand that, but
Okay.
as the head of the Civil Rights Organization, I think I need a little bit more respect than what I got from
I appreciate that. Thank you. Henry Williams.
From the book of Revelation, chapter 14, from verses 6 and 7. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, saying with a loud voice, Fear God, give glory to him, and worship him that made heaven and earth, the sea, and the foundations of water. My name is Henry Williams. I am a Hillcrest resident. I'm a third generation of fourth generation Corpus Christi. My home is approximately 3 blocks from where the proposed Center Harbor desalination plant would be built. In my youth, I and other boys used to fish and swim. I learned how to swim in Corpus Christi Ship Channel. I'm also the president of the Hillcrest Residents Association, which is a 501c3 organization by the Internal Revenue, recognized by the Internal Revenue Service as a public charity, the purpose of which is to repair, rebuild, restore quality of life in the Hillcrest neighborhood. I'm asking that you deny the discharge permit to the city of Corpus Christi, and I'm asking for a contested case hearing. You have heard the damages that will be done, both to the neighborhood and to our waters. That does not need to be contested here. All of you know the damages that will be taking place environmentally, and that is your function. You know, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, you all know what is healthy for the environment and what is not healthy. And you know that if this is approved, it will be destructive to the neighborhood, it will be destructive indeed to our waters. Closing. From the book of Micah, chapter 6, verse 8. He has showed you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? But to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. God bless you.
Thank you. Our next group will start with Alexandra Gray, Rachel Cloudis, Jessica Palitza, and Lonnie Garcia. Alexandra. Rachel Cloudis. Rachel. Jessica Palitza.
I actually did a written comment and then went and ate dinner and came back because the live was too good to miss. I will start by saying TCEQ must deny this permit. Thank you. I have looked at the permit and it's extremely technical. You can only read it at the library, which should not happen. It should be online. The city's website about this permit is propaganda for the everyday person who cannot understand dozens of the environmental engineering. But it doesn't take a degree to know that if you continue to add high amounts of salt to a mostly closed body of water, it will build up and lead to increased salinity. Sure, the permit has the predicted mixing zones within the inner harbor, but that is a short-term prediction. We do not know what will happen after months or years of this buildup. TCEQ needs to require an environmental impact statement of the TPDES permit with an impact of the entire Corpus Christi Bay included. I work at the Art Center right by the marina, and we saw some dolphins in there yesterday, and I hope that we can continue to see that for decades to come. Please do not gamble with the unknown salinity mixing of this body of water that is crucial to our coastal community. Last year, Peter Zanoni and our corrupt elected city officials hosted a water management official from Israel to talk about how they do desalination in the Mediterranean Sea, which, if you don't know, is closer to the size of the Gulf of Mexico than our bay. Before even talking about desalination, the Israeli official emphasized that they reuse 90% of their wastewater before even thinking about desal. And how much does Corpus reuse? Probably not that much. And so everyone on this stage looks white, or at least white passing. And if you approve this permit, you approve the continuation of the oppression and harm to Black and brown people, and I bet your slaveholding ancestors would be proud. So please do better than they would.
Thank you. Lonnie Garcia.
The words that I'm going to say, I hope will shine in your hearts and mind of everyone here, and I know that they've been shining from the people that have been speaking. I would like to make a quotation, and it goes like this. I believe in the United States of America as a government of the people, for the people, just powers are derived from the consent of the governed, a democracy and a republic, a sovereign nation of many sovereign states, a perfect union when it inseparable, established upon the principles of freedom, equality, and justice and humanity, for which American patriarchs sacrificed their lives and fortunes. I therefore believe it is my duty to my country to love it, to support its constitution, obey its laws, and respect its flag, and defend it against all enemies, and the enemy is desalination. Now, I also believe that the vote is the most powerful thing, and the people are the ones that are in charge. We are your bosses. We are the ones here that are the bosses of the city council, of everyone. So therefore, what we would like to recommend with our hearts and our minds is that this should be put in the ballot to be voted. That's how it is, and we would like for you to also put it in loving America as we do. Then it's time for you to support us too, that we put it in the ballot box and be able to vote for it, and that is the people have spoken, nobody else. So God bless all of you, and let's do what we as Americans is our duty and our love. Let's go for it. Let's vote for it.
Thank you. All right, so our next group will be our last group. Mariah Boone will be followed by, I believe this is Jomana Al-Abed, and then Thomas. So Mariah Boone.
Hello, my name is Mariah Boone, and I'm here to oppose the wastewater discharge permit for the Hillcrest desalination plant, and to frankly beg you to please give a contested case hearing to the citizens of Hillcrest. I live a short walk from the bay, but I spent 7 years teaching the children of Hillcrest 6th and 7th grade social studies at Driscoll Middle School. And these 11 and 12-year-olds were not healthy the way 11 and 12-year-olds should be. They were far too ill from living in proximity to industries that you have permitted as safe. They have extremely high rates of respiratory disease. The Driscoll Health Plan, run by Driscoll Children's Hospital in our region, did a study that showed the concentrations of respiratory illnesses and showed how correlated they were to proximity to industry. The children also had much higher incidence of birth defects, of cancers, of rare diseases like the one that took my young daughter from us. Also, the local emergency planning committee would come and give us teachers trainings because we were so close to the industries that you have permitted as safe. They would tell us that we would have to lock the doors in an emergency and not open them, no matter how many children were screaming behind them. They would tell us that if we were to evacuate, we needed to take the children who could still walk and walk past the ones who were screaming and burning and couldn't. They would tell us that because we were so close to the industries that you have permitted as safe. The children of Hillcrest
That's time. Thank you.
have been through too much already. Please don't endanger them any further.
Thank you. Joanna Ahmed.
My name is Jemana Alamed. I have lived here for about 7 months now, and there have been so many powerful comments tonight speaking to the facts that make it obvious that desal is not for the people, it is for the corporations. So I do not feel that there is more for me to add to that point other than if an Israeli desal expert advised against desal in a closed-based system here in Corpus Christi, that should speak volumes, as Israelis are clearly do not care about destroying environments and land. Now, I want to say, from someone who had first learned about desal immediately after moving here, I can see how damaging and unwanted desal is in this community. To proceed with desal after seeing the love and care the community has shown for their people and the health of the earth here is the ultimate slap in the face to the people you claim to serve. I would like to remind you that when you die, you cannot take money with you. What do you plan to do with the money that bought your souls out that is so worth the sacrifice of the people here, of the earth? I have been watching the live stream since I pulled up, and I can tell you,
1 minute.
I spotted those paid pro-desal decoys as soon as they spoke. The people will not be fooled. We do not want desal.
Thomas.
Good evening. I originally didn't plan to speak tonight, and I certainly probably wouldn't have volunteered to speak tonight if I knew I was going to be the last person to speak. I want to speak in opposition of this desalinization plant, and now that most of the people here know that I'm on their side, I want to say something that might be unpopular. I want to apologize to all of you. Thank you for sitting through all of this. I know it's your job, but I don't feel pity for you. I'm apologizing because we as a city have failed to elect better leaders. Because you wouldn't be here tonight if we had. You know, except for Sylvia. Sylvia's awesome. We've got some other good leaders. But if the only reason we're here tonight, it's still Thursday, right? The only reason we're here tonight is because the vast majority of our citizens don't even bother to vote. So I would encourage everyone here tonight to channel your energy and your anger, your justifiable anger, and your commitment, your dedication to voter registration drives and voter education so we can have better leadership. And the next time y'all come down to Corpus Christi, you can enjoy the fish if there are still fish. And enjoy the beaches if there are still clean beaches here. So thank you for your time. And again, I want to apologize for not doing a better job of electing better leaders, so we wouldn't have meetings like this almost until midnight. And please, I hope you have listened to these people and you take these people seriously. And I just hope that something good comes out of this tonight.
Thank you. All right, so let's talk just a little bit about the process moving forward from tonight, and then we'll close the meeting. Tonight's into the comment period. TCEQ staff go back to the agency, review all the comments that have been submitted on this application, all the comments that have been provided in writing up until tonight, the comments that were provided here during the formal comment session. They'll start working on making a final decision on the application, start working on the response to public comment. The response to public comment will be mailed to everyone who's on the mailing list for this application, which includes those provided comments. It'll have a cover letter attached to it establishing the final 30-day period to request a contested case hearing. So even though tonight is the end of the comment period, it's not your last opportunity to request a hearing. But that'll be the next thing you'll see in your mailbox. I'd like to thank everyone for being here tonight. Please be careful going home and have a great rest of your week. Thank you.
Our bay is not for sale! Our bay is not for sale!